All right, and we're live. So today we are gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo Part 2, or as they call it here, the Shell Part 2. We yesterday started to see the first part of it, and we got all the, I guess, like initial setup to the new series of murders. And yeah, it started off with pretty much just the introduction of the different characters and stuff, and the we had the new girl that we hadn't previously seen yet in the first part called Yukiko, who has just transferred to Oba Girls Academy. And then, of course, we have our usual suspects, Reiji's sister Yukari, and she has a new friend as well because she tragically lost all her previous ones in the first game, or most of them, anyways. And yeah, what else? Yeah, we got of course, we saw Reiji again, who is like also in this game our main protagonist, and yeah, we were also introduced to a character called Masaki, who was a patient at the Kuchiki Pathological Research Institute. And as a patient of this institute, he was often in contact with the nurse. And this particular nurse had like a photo on her, and this photo resembled him very strongly. So Masaki one day he went there to get his sleeping pills because apparently he was suffering from insomnia. Why exactly we don't know yet, but that's a fact in any case. Yeah, he took his sleeping pills and then he went home, but he forgot his wallet at the hospital. And because of that, the nurse that usually always talks to him, she just followed him back home to give him back his wallet. And while she was there, she also handed him over his wallet. No, the photo, I mean, of course. The wallet was the main reason. And when he saw that photo, he got very aggressive, Masaki, that is. And yeah, he basically pushed her out of the apartment and said he doesn't know the person, even though it was clear he did. And yeah, but after that, he fell asleep, and the nurse went back home. But on the same night, we witnessed that nurse got murdered by someone, and of course Masaki was suspected right away because yeah, people had witnessed how he his outburst at his apartment, but after Yaginuma the smug cunt had him arrested for a while, Reichi essentially proved his innocence and he was let go again. But then he met some kind of woman at his apartment when he returned. We don't know who it is yet, but he did, and that apparently shook him so much that he decided he had to move out, and he also wanted to end his life. And he made an attempt, but he was found by Yukari, who just happened to go through Inokashira Park while he was doing it. And yeah, that's essentially his story. And we were then transported back in time to Hitogata village before the Second World War. This game takes place after the Second World War, but that time skip back. And but before that, we also got like every now and again a little bit of an insight into some kind of ritual where they were um, like creating these clay dolls, and one of them was used in one of the murders. It was placed in the nurse's abdomen after she was killed. So very similar to the first game of the black eggs, but a little bit different. Oh yeah, but Hitogata Village, we were introduced to a group of young people, mainly Ayato and Karen Hinagami, and Naori Kuroya, who was the son of a doctor, as well as some other key figures of the village. The daughter of an innkeeper, and then there was also a very influential family who was responsible for the shrine of the village. And yeah, they were just basically messing around, doing kid stuff. And one day they met this girl that was apparently staying as a guest in the shrine called Satsuki, and she kind of lost her way in the village, and and then she was carried back on the piggyback ride back to the shrine, essentially. But yeah, that was more or less most of what we saw yesterday. We unfortunately had quite a bit of internet troubles, so that made things a little, unpleasant. But I did some testing this afternoon with bandwidth testing, and I didn't have any frame drops at all within 2 hours. So I hope everything is back to normal. But we'll only find out once we actually start playing. But yeah, with that being said, I think we can jump right into it. I say that after 6 minutes of introduction, but Okay, anyways, let's get some sound. And remove that here. Alright, so we were here. Okay, and this is right after Satsuki was returned to the shrine. So, Satsuki sat at the edge of the wooden floor and soaked her bare feet in a wash basin full of hot water. Phew. Her toes ached with heat, bringing back sensations she'd temporarily forgotten. You need to rub them. That'll get the blood flowing through nice and quick. Mia took a towel and massaged Satsuki's feet. Thank you so much. You're our guest, so we could never live with ourselves if something were to happen to you. Okay, now let's go ahead and dry them off. Mia thoroughly wiped Satsuki's feet, making sure there wasn't even a single drop of water left between her toes. Just what do you think you're doing, sister? Suddenly a voice hailed Mia from behind. Was drying Satsuki's feet, Saya. I do not believe you have any need to stoop to such levels. Oh wow, ain't you a pleasant one, huh? Saya matched over, snatching the towel from Mia. Oh, we can't have her feet getting chapped. You need not fuss over such details. Saya looked down at Satsuki after making her cold proclamation. Who do you think you are, going out on a walk? May have received Kensei's permission. Don't think for a second you'll be granted such luxury on a regular basis. So sorry. Satsuki looked away and apologized to Saya. Saya. I shall be handling any and all such matters, so keep your presence out of where it is not desired, sister. Alright. Mia nodded and got up. Satsuki, make sure to dry not just your feet, but your toes as well. Okay, thank you. Mia took the wash basin and left. We're going back now, Satsuki. Saya grabbed Satsuki's arm and dragged her to her feet before she could even say anything. Yes, as you wish. Satsuki was brought to the room she'd been kept in ever since her arrival. No more unsolicited expeditions, understood? Saya left the room with those words. That just sounds like a prison, if you ask me. Naori went straight home to his family clinic after parting with Ayato at the crossroads in Kamihina. The sun set early in the winter, so it had already gotten dark. Houses were illuminated here and there. The settlement had adopted electricity rather early, despite the residents' otherwise meager lifestyles. I suppose that's something else we have to thank Hinagami Pharmaceuticals for, huh? Now he hurried home as that thought popped into his head. Hara, Nao-chan. Suddenly someone called out to him from up ahead.
Oh, Nanako.
Oh, hey there, Nanako. Figure was one Nanako Sabashiro, a nurse who worked at the Kuroya clinic. Homeward bound. That's right. By the way, now, you really should be calling me Miss Sawashiro. Almost sounds like you don't respect your elders when you don't. Tell you what, Nanako, I'll start doing that once you stop calling me now. But you'll always be now. My point exactly. You never stopped calling him now, no matter how many times he asked. Hence he passionately called her Nanako as an act of protest. Anyway, are you off to tend to your father again? Yeah, I swear I don't know what to do with him sometimes. He gets more selfish with each passing year. Nanako smiled wryly. Father was a former prospector who'd started working at home ever since his health took a turn for the worse. Thus, Nanako had become a nurse to serve as his caregiver and generally worked at the Kuroya clinic. Nanako stretched far and wide. Now his eyes were momentarily glued to her bountiful chest, which swayed prominently even under her coat. However, he looked away just as abruptly. Oh, what's wrong now? Your face is all red. Sure you're not just imagining things? You think so? Blame the sunset. The sun wasn't even out. Yes, that must be it. Nanako giggled. Now they couldn't tell whether she'd seen right through him. Anyway, see you tomorrow now. Nanako waved and took her leave. Man, I never know how to handle her. Yeah. I just remembered some scenes from my first playthrough. Some that we can't show. Night had come. Nodi was relaxing in the living room after finishing dinner with his family. But I don't think it's time for that just yet. Said family consisted of himself, his father Yuzuru, and his grandfather So. Both his mother and grandmother had passed away when he was young, leaving behind a house full of men. So, oh Naori, I almost forgot to tell you something. What is it? So called out to Naori just as the latter was about to return to his room. The children of one of our relatives will be staying here starting around New Year's. Our relatives? Not the Hinagamis? Of course, why would we lodge their relatives in their stead? Yuzuru, having originally been a Hinagami himself, nodded. Children in question are the son and daughter of your aunt, Chisato, your mother's younger sister. Apparently one of them is sickly and is looking for a place surrounded by nature to recuperate. It's not like this place has anything else going for it, does it? Heck, we don't even have any hot springs. Taking a bath won't cure everything. I know, I wasn't being serious. Oh, while we're at it, the daughter's around your age, so don't get any funny ideas now, understand, boy? It's coming from the man who fondles Nanako's rear on a daily basis. Hey, I'm just performing my professional duty. Need to ensure my employees are in perfect health. Right. Sure, mate. Please restrain yourself, father. Our clinic will go under before you know it, if she quits on us. Don't be so sure about that. It's not like the villagers will have any other clinic to turn to. Nanako will know. You lost your mind, Naori? Kick the bucket by the end of the week if Nanako were to ever leave us. I'm sure you'll live to 100 with that spirit, father. Sexual assault, ain't it funny? Naori silently agreed with his father. Or more... whatever. Doesn't matter. I was gonna say more like harassment. Anyway, back on topic. The two of them will be arriving soon. Tokyo's been turning into a hotbed for military activities, so I'm sure their father wants to send them to a safe place. Shizuru says they even stopped serving rice in Tokyo restaurants ever since last summer. Sure as hell would never guess it from how peaceful things are out here in the mountains of Toyama. Yuzuru and Soa's conversation turned to current events. Also heard talk that there could be a war with the Americans in the near future. They even renamed golden bats to golden kites thanks to that. Yuzuru grumbled as he played with a cigarette in his fingers. Terribly sorry, but I have to go study, so... Oh, right. Good night, boy. Now he retreated to his room and opened the book. He didn't actually have all that much studying to do. He simply wanted to read one of his favorite books. The plan was for him to become a doctor just like the rest of the men in his family, and he was indeed working toward that goal. But that was still a long way off. For now, he just wanted to savor the exaltation of creating fictional worlds. Now he whipped out a stack of papers and started composing words with his pencil. What he was writing couldn't yet be called a novel just yet, merely a collection of sentences he jotted down little by little. He simply penned whatever came to mind, thus he couldn't write on manuscript paper just yet. However, even he had no idea when he'd finish his story. Well, oh, what's going on here now? The lantern light illustrated Satsuki's shadow against the wall. Not even a single window decorated the room. In fact, the space was far too bare to even be called a room. From the outside, it was a mere storehouse. From the inside, it was a mere closet. That was the room Satsuki had been granted. It had been furnished with the minimum she required to live. But that was it. Nothing more and nothing less. No, there was one thing actually. Satsuki leaned against the dresser. A mirror, what? For the cold mirror was the image of Satsuki, scintillating like a heat haze. I met some interesting people today. Oh no. Talking to herself, to keep herself occupied. Satsuki spoke to the mirror. Ooh. The voice sounds different, maybe. Satsuki asked back. A boy from the Hinagamis. And a boy from the Kuroyas too. I say. Well, Satsuki nodded and picked a doll off the floor. They call him Ryito, but his real name is Ayato. Wonder how that nickname came into existence. So he's the one. Yes. Satsuki caressed the doll's cheek. Almost as though the doll itself had responded. She hasn't got it easy either, huh? That's what it seems like, at least. Satsuki stood stunned in the presence of a building on the edge of Kamihina that she'd never before visited. The Hinagami estate. It was far more grand and antiquated than she'd pictured. That wasn't to say she hadn't heard the stories about them, of course. The Hinagamis were the clan that ruled over the settlement of Hitogata. They'd immigrated to this land along with the Shigusas and founded Hitogata around 4 to 5 centuries ago, during the Sengoku period. Something the matter? Can't say who'd escorted Satsuki there turned back to face her. No, I was just surprised, that's all. Didn't expect the house to be so big. Satsuki gave her honest impressions. So on the natural, the Hinagamis are the ones who have brought prosperity to the settlement for ages now, after all. So I've been told. Anyways, let's go in. It would be rude of us to keep them waiting. Let's. Satsuki was brought to a room where she sat down, awaiting the head of the family. Kensei was no longer with her. He'd probably gone to make some sort of arrangements. Satsuki sat up straight once the door behind her slid open. At last, you're here. The room boomed with a dignified voice. Satsuki didn't respond, simply prostrating herself in concert with the shuffle of footsteps pattering across the tatami mats. She kept holding that stance. Eventually she heard the rustling of clothes, sensing a presence seating itself on the opposite floor cushion. Rise! Satsuki slowly ceased, kowtowing with that command. The grimace of an old man with profound wrinkles greeted her. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Satsuki, a guest of the Shigusas. Satsuki bowed again. I am Hideyomi Hinagami, patriarch of the Hinagami clan. Yes, I'm aware. Hideyomi snorted. Satsuki realized she must have committed some sort of faux pas. Is that not how I was meant to respond? Whatever she'd done, she'd found her insides freezing over in the face of this man. His aura was intimidating and majestic. No, something beyond that. Please enjoy your stay. Yes, I humbly appreciate your kindness. The festival's in approximately 3 months, so spend that time wisely, understood? Yes, as you wish. Hideyomi arose to his feet. Satsuki prostrated herself again and held still until he was gone. She finally heaved a deep sigh after the door behind her shut. Conversation hadn't lasted even a minute, yet already she felt positively drained. She dearly wished she could have traded places with someone. That was a pipe dream, of course. Meeting with the head of the Hinagamis was a key duty of Satsuki's. Satsuki straightened her back again when the door opened once more. Satsuki's me. Oh. She relaxed as soon as she realized it was Kensei. There's no need to be so nervous. Hideyomi's a kind man. But... Satsuki pouted when she saw a hint of jest in Kensei's smile. Haha, can you stand? Huh? Oh, yes. She rose to her feet with Kensei's help and smoothed out her clothes.
さて
Now then,
おい
would
と
you
ま
like
す
to
ることに
return
し
to
ま
the
しょうか
shrine, or would you prefer to wait for
それとも
Ayato and his sisters to
綾
come
人君
home?
たちの帰りを待つかい
That
必要ありません
won't be necessary. Satsuki shook her head. She didn't feel like she needed to see him again, not when she had no idea what she'd even say.
じゃあ行きましょうか
The shrine it is, then.
ええ
Thank you. Satsuki followed Kensei and left the Hinagami estate behind. Well, we don't exactly know what her role is and all that, but it doesn't feel like she's being treated particularly well, to be honest. Whatever it is, Kensei seems to be fairly nice, but yeah. Futami Inn sat to the east of Maina. Naori and company had a mass just outside it.
なおちゃんとリヒト
Now, Rito, take this.
これ持って
You brought a flat futon from the shed.
持って行ってもいい
Are
の
you
か
sure we can have this?
何度も打ち直してて
Yes, it's already been
Oh,
fluffed
限界ら
as
しい
much as
から。
possible so it won't be missed.
じゃあリヒトが持っ
Good
て
to
くれ
know. Take it away, Rito.
わかった
Got it. Ayato rolled up the worn-out futon and tossed it onto his shoulder.
急須と湯飲みはうちから持ってきたけど
Brought a tea set from my place. What do we do about a kettle? An earthenware teapot's gonna take forever to heat up.
ここにあるわよ
Oh, I have one right here. You procured a stained brass kettle from the shed.
他に必要なのは何かしら
Why is this woman always slightly tilted to the right? What's her deal anyways? Probably just a Karen thing, right?
炭焼き用の
Well,
だ
it's
か
a
ら
charcoal
燃やす
making
ものはある
hot,
し
meaning we already have
マッチも持ってるな。
flammable objects and matches, so nope. Think we should be good to go.
じゃあ行こうか
Let's get to it then.
ヒンナだっけ
Said it's in Hidari Hina, right? Gang took off with their stuff in tow.
ゆかさんがお餅を包んで
Miss
くれたのよ
Kirimura packed us some rice cakes. Karen happily showed off something in a cloth wrapper. Miss Kirimura, Yuka Kirimura, was a maid for the Hinagami family.
焼く網はあるの
Does the hut have a griddle?
あるけど
Uh-huh.
火鉢は一つ
There's
きりだ
only
か
one
ら
brazier,
お湯を沸かす
so
の
you
とは
can't
一緒
cook
に
and
できない
heat
ぞ
water at the same time.
水はどうす
Oh,
るの
hold on, that's right. What do we do about water?
裏に小さな
There's a
川
stream
が
out
流れてるから
back, so that won't be an
問題ないさ
issue. Water
沸
is
かせばきち
perfectly
んと飲める
potable, so as long as we boil it. Potable? Not sure. Oh. You looked up toward the stairs to the shrine.
誰かしらあの子
Who's that girl? Oh. A girl was casting a curious gaze their way.
おいリヒト
Hey, Rito.
何
Yeah. Naori took the futon from Ayato after the latter came over.
あの子も誘ってこいよ
Ask her to tag along. Huh? Ayato looked to where Naori was pointing and finally noticed the girl, Satsuki.
いいのか
You sure?
せっかくだし
I mean, it can't hurt,
みんなにも
right?
紹介
Plus,
して
it'd
お
be a
きたい
good
だろ
opportunity for her to meet the rest of the gang.
そうだね
Good point. Ayato dashed for the stairs.
どなたですか
Who is she? Karen quizzically cocked her head. She's always tilted, so I don't know about that. How do we notice the difference?
しぐさ
I
神社
guess
のお
at
客さん
Shigusa Shrine, supposedly.
あ
Alright.
あ前に
I
う
heard
ちへ
she
挨拶
visited
に来
our
たと
house
聞かさ
just
れ
the
てま
other
す
day. But,
でも
why did you
どうして
send
ミサ
Ayato
マ
to
が
her?
さあ
Why not? Naori shrugged, deciding to keep things ambiguous.
お客様に妙なことを
When
教
we
えた
get
ら
in
叱ら
trouble
れるん
for
じゃな
filling
いか
her
しら
head with junk,
妙なことって
such as...
Eh?
Well, you
そりゃ
know, like,
隠れ
all
家に誘
secret
ったり
base
と
stuff.
か
Doubt they're gonna take kindly to us inviting her there. We're already in for a world of trouble if anyone finds out we made that thing anyway. Hey, we could just tell them we're digging a bomb shelter or something. Not like anyone would bomb a place in the middle of nowhere, though. Are we actually going to dig one? Please. Ayato came back with Satsuki and Tao. Hey there, long time no see. Can't have been that long. Good afternoon.
こんにちは。
Satsuki bowed her head. My name is Satsuki, and I'm currently lodging at Shikusa Shrine. Truly is a pleasure to meet all you fine people.
どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Relax, there's no need to be so formal. Naori looked like he was struggling not to laugh. I'm Futami Yu. My grandmother runs the Futami Inn over in Maihina. Have you heard of it?
あ、いえ。
Oh no, I'm afraid there's still much I'm not familiar with. Please forgive me. Nice to meet you. I'm Meguri Takamiya. Oh, pretty kimono.
あ、これ
Oh,
はシグサの方が
Shigusa
仕立て
gave
て
this
くだ
to
さ
me.
ったもので。
Uh-oh, better not get it dirty then. Hey now, is the secret base clean? I swept the place from top to bottom, no need to fear. Oh yeah, I forgot you've always been the kind of a neat freak. Guess we're good then.
あ、ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Satsuki bowed her head.
ひながみカレンと申します。
My name's Karen Inagami.
そちらのあやと
Ayato's my twin brother. Karen introduced herself despite being in a bit of a huff.
妹さん
So
でした
you're
か。
his sister.
よろしくお願い
Pleasure
し
to
ます。
meet you.
ええ。
Likewise. Damn, Karens. Karen turned away and stomped off.
おひな
Ohina? Meguri hurried after her. She already jealous of her. Did I do something wrong?
私何かしてしまったでしょうか。
Satsuki gave Ayato an anxious look. Beats me. Karen's always been kind of a cranky one, though. I wonder why. Oh, I see. Comes with the name, I'm sure. Ayato and Satsuki took off together. I mean, I know there's a lot of Karen jokes here, but it's just, just can't resist, you know. He has quite a sick skull, doesn't he? You sounded positively exasperated. Hey, cut the guy some slack. I mean, don't you think it must be such a pain having a clingy sister? Okay, yeah, so she is clingy. Perhaps. Naori and Yu trailed after their friends with the futon and Tao. Yeah. Do any of them even know where the secret base is? Naori raced to the front of the group right after Yu asked that question. The gang ascended the narrow pass of crushed snow at the back end of Hidarihina. Ito, be sure to hold on tight to Sadi. Don't let go of her. Naori turned his head around and advised Ayato. I know. Ayato looked almost offended his friend saw him so tactless. Karen's cheek inflated. Satsuki nervously surveyed his surroundings. Well, here we are. A hut stood in a small clearing partway up the hill. Stacks of firewood were piled nearby, buried in snow. Ugh, it's cold as hell. Meguri grimaced when faced with the hovel Naori called a secret base. Well, it isn't, for your information. The whole structure's as solid as a rock. Plus, the snow conveniently plugs up all the drafts near the floor. Let's just hurry in and get a fire started. I'm freezing. You urged them on. Yeah. Oh, hey, Ritu. Take the futon, will you? Okay. Now they passed it on to Ayato before sliding open the front door. Wow. Ayata's eyes widened when he followed Naori inside.
案外広いのね。
I wasn't expecting it to be this big. A heap of dry firewood set in the earthen entryway.
虫と
There
かい
aren't
ない
any
でしょう
bugs
ね。
around, are there?
冬だからいない
Of
わよ。
course not, it's winter.
多分。
Well, I mean, I don't think so. Meguri and Karen placed their things on the elevated tatami mat before opening the windows.
そんなところに突っ立ってないで
Ain't
こ
no need
っ
to
ち
be
にいらっしゃ
shy.
い。
Coming in. It's Sadie,
さ
right?
っちゃんでいいのよね。
Mind if I call you that too?
あ、
Oh,
あ
no,
りが
not
とう
at
ござ
all.
います。
Thank you very much. Satsuki took a seat on the floor.
いい人。そこ
Ito,
の
could
炭
you
が
bring
入っ
that
た箱
box of charcoal
持ってきてく
over?
れないか。これかい？
You mean this one? Ito picked up a crate with handles. Naori then grabbed some charcoal using fire tongs and threw it into the brazier before. I have to find out how you pronounce that correctly. I think it's brazier, but
Brazier.
it's more like brazier.
Brazier.
I guess it depends. American or British English, right? Before sandwiching some old newspaper between the pieces and lighting a match.
炭がしけってたら
Careful,
混
charcoal
ぜることも
pops
あるから気
sometimes
をつけ
when
ろよ。
wet.
そのくらい分かってる
I'm
わ。
very much aware of that, thank you. We use charcoal all the time at our inn.
分かってないのが
Wasn't
いるよう
telling
だから
you.
説明したんだ
It's
け
for
ど
the
な。
benefit of the uninitiated.
Huh?
Huh? You turned around. Ayato and Karen were watching in awe.
すごいな、なおちゃん
You're
は。
amazing now.
うちではゆか
Miss
さんが大抵
Kirimura
のことを
handles
して
most
し
of
まい
that
ましたよ
stuff
ね。
back at our place.
彼女は君
Miss
たちよりも
Kirimura?
年下だ
What?
ろ。
You mean Yuka? She is younger than you guys, right?
リヒともおひなもいいと
Come
ころ
on,
のご子
Narito
息
and
だも
Nohina
の。
are practically royalty around these parts. Of course, they'd be taught only the best manners. Meguri sounded exasperated.
そちらのさっちゃんも
I
知ら
doubt
なさそう
Sadie
だ
would
けど
know how to do this either.
私ですか？
Me?
炭を起こすのでし
I
たら。
always light charcoal fires, though. Satsuki responded with a puzzled tilt of the head.
冬の部屋は寒く
Our
なり
room
ま
gets
すし。
cold in the winter, and there's no one else to do it for me, so.
そうなんだ。
Oh, my mistake then.
よし。
Anyway, I hope this is just what we need to heat things up. The charcoal in the brazier, I guess both is okay, glowed red.
お餅。
Think we should
焼けるか
start
しら？
roasting the rice cakes?
まだ早いわよ。
Nah, still too soon. Meguri stopped Karen just as the latter was getting out the rice cakes and a griddle.
水汲んできた方がいい。
Maybe it'd be better to get some water instead.
そうだな。
Good idea.
夜間を持って
Take
こ
the
の
kettle
裏手
and
に
go
川があ
out
る。
back. The stream's right there.
わかった。
Got it.
落ちるな
Oh,
よ。
and don't trip.
大丈夫だって。
Appreciate a little more confidence in me. Oh, hey.
様、
I'll
私も
come
行きま
with
す。
you. Karen followed right after Ayato.
ねえ、さっちゃん。
Hey, Satchan. Can I just call her that? It's Edme. Sounds a lot better than Sadie. Meguri turned her attention to Satsuki.
あ、はい。
Oh, yes, what is it?
さっちゃんはどこから
Where
来
are
た
you
の？
from?
やっぱ
Let me
り
guess,
東京
someplace
とか。
like Tokyo?
あ、いえ。
Oh no, well... However, Meguri's keen interest was only met by a stuttering, fidgety Satsuki.
じゃあ大阪？
Osaka then?
神戸とかも
Heard
おしゃれで
Kobe
い
is
い
a
街
really
みたいだし、
trendy city.
一度は行って
Should
みたいの
love
よ
to
ね。
visit one day. Someday.
グリコ、さっちゃんが困ってる。
Guriko, you bothering Satchan. You broke his silence, unable to stand another second. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
ごめ
Is
ん
it
ね。
a touchy subject or
聞いちゃ
something?
いけないことだった？
そういう
No,
ことは
nothing of the sort. Yet, despite her claims, Satsuki didn't elaborate further. No, they swiftly devised a plan to vanquish the awkward atmosphere before it could seize total dominance over the hut.
さっちゃん、これ食べるか
Hey,
い？
Satchan, do you eat these? He took a box out of his pocket and handed it to Satsuki.
キャラメルです。
Huh? Is this caramel?
あ、それ。
Whoa, hey. Meguri practically jumped the moment she spotted it.
なんだよグリコ
What's with all the
俺はた
racket,
だキャラメルをあげ
Guriko?
ただ
Just
けだ
gave
ぞ
her some caramel, that's all.
グリコさんもいかがですか
Would you like some too, Guriko? Satsuki handed the red caramel box over to Meguri. Uh,
走ってきたら
what if you run 300 meters?
嫌よ
Hell no. Huh? What? Satsuki looked back and forth between the two girls in confusion.
その箱に書いてあるだろ一粒300
It
メ
says
ー
it
トル
right on the box, see? 300 meters in a single piece.
あえ
Oh, yes, then
So,
this person here is
what
supposed to be
Guriko-san?
Guriko. Satsuki pointed to an illustration on the box of a man jogging.
違うわよ
No, sheesh now. Why you have to give people the wackiest nicknames?
そんなことないと思うけどな
Wacky? That isn't a word I'd call them.
普通にメグとかでいい
Just
じゃ
call
な
me
い
Meg,
これからは
like a
そう呼
normal
んで
person. Claim that as my nickname from this point onward.
分かったわよグリコ
Whatever you say, Guriko.
分かってない
Oh, come on. Just then the door opened, with Ayato and Karen quickly shuffling in.
ただいま
We're back.
おかえり
Oh, wow.
落ちなかった
I
か
was totally expecting you to come back wet as a dog.
あんな細い川になんて
Come
落ちない
on, like
って
I'd ever fall into such a narrow stream. I had to fill the teapot with water from the kettle.
ありがとう
Thank you. You set the teapot atop the kettle stand and set atop the brazier.
この小屋は
Say, someone must have lived here, right? Who? Karen asked after taking a seat on the floor cushion.
炭焼きの休憩用だから
No one.
住んでいたわけじゃ
People
ないぞ
merely use it to take breaks for making charcoal. Nobody uses it in the winter, so we're just borrowing it, that's all.
誰にも
And you
許可取って
didn't
ない
bother asking anyone if you could. You sighed warily.
それで駐
Oh,
在
so
所
that's
で
why you
話したく
didn't
なかっ
want
た
me
のか
mentioning it at the police station.
だから絶対
Right,
危
so
ない
make
こと
sure
に
you
使
don't
うんじゃない
go
ぞ
using this place for any funny business, you hear me?
分
Like
かってる
what?
わよ
We know.
あの
Satsuki nervously raised her hand.
なんだいさっちゃん
Something wrong, Sachan?
危ないこと
Well, it's just, I'm curious.
具体的にど
What
んなこと
exactly do you mean by funny business?
それは
Well,
なんだろうな
you know, that one Simpsons scene comes to mind where the guy from the hotel, the portier, makes all these funny noises. Obviously referencing you know what.
火を使うとか
Lighting fires, perhaps?
今使ってる
You
わ
mean
よ
like the one we just lit now? Meguri didn't hesitate to call Ayato out.
国家転覆を企む
Then planning a coup d'etat, possibly.
そりゃ危な
That
すぎ
isn't
る
funny business, it's downright capital offense. At the very least, it wasn't something people could openly joke about in this day and age.
男女の
Romantic trysts. The air temporarily froze at Karen's suggestion.
お前な
You dope. Ayato gave Karen a tiny whack in the head.
いた
Got
ちょっと言ってみ
bonked.
ただけじゃない
Oh, I was just kidding. Sheesh. When else am I gonna find a chance to make that joke?
お湯沸いたみたいよ
Looks like the water's ready, young mistress. That it does. You poured the hot water into a smaller teapot before promptly filling their teacups with tea.
はい
Here you go. Then serve the first cup to Sachan. Huh?
私ですか
Me?
私た
Of
ちにとっ
course,
て
you
も
are
お
our
客
guest,
様だもん
Sachan.
さっちゃんは
Thank you so
あり
much.
がとうございます
Really appreciate it. Satsuki took a sip of her tea. It's good.
美味しいです
よかった
I'm glad to hear it. You smiled. Once everyone had their fill of tea, Karen set the griddle atop the kettle, stand covering the brazier.
やっとお餅
Finally! Been waiting forever for these rice cakes.
腹減ってたのか
Why, are you starving?
そういうわけじゃありま
Well,
せんけど
no, but... Karen inflated her cheeks again.
おひなはさっきか
Let's
ら
just
ずっ
say
と
Una
お
has
し焼い
been
てたじゃん
burning with something green this whole time. Huh? No, I
そん
haven't.
なことしてないわよ
I've never heard that expression before. Burning with something green? What?
火鉢だって一つしかないし
Yeah, how could she? There's only one brazier in here. Twins cocked their heads in bewilderment.
火を使わな
Can
く
you
て
even
も
burn
うち
rice
は出るんで
cakes
すか
without fire?
もう一人分かってい
Yeesh,
ないの
tough
が
crowd, huh? Sorry, Guriko. At least I thought it was clever. Okay, I don't get it either. Huh? It wasn't long before the rice cakes started swelling atop the griddle. Ah, cooking image, huh?
おひなお醤油
Did you
を持って
bring
きて
any
る
sauce, soy sauce, Ohina?
もちろんよ
Of course. Karen removed a bottle of soy sauce and plates from the cloth wrapper before setting them down.
この辺のはもう
These
焼
ones
け
should
て
be
る
good
か
to
ら
eat now. Say they cooked
食べ
long
ても
enough.
いいわよ
カレンが最初に食えよ
Why don't you have the
Mate,
first one, Karen? I mean, you've been dying for them since we got here.
もう兄様ったら
Ayata, you're embarrassing me. Yet despite her complaints, Karen poured a little soy sauce onto her rice cake and took a bite out of it.
さっちゃんもどうぞ
You too, Satchan. Ayatu served one of them to Satsuki. Ah, hey there, Emmett. Good to see ya. We just got started. I mean, there was not that much going on so far. Just a little bit of more backstory about this girl here living in the shrine. Yeah, she has it rough apparently there at the shrine, and she had to meet the head of this guy. You know, these two's their family. Real grumpy old guy. And yeah, that was pretty much it. Now they've gone to their secret base and are eating rice cakes and stuff. I'm good. How are you? Oh, thank you so much. Satsuki quickly dug in as well. It's delicious.
美味しいです
So far, gladly we had no frame drops yet, so I hope it stays that way.
よかった
Glad to hear it. Before long, everyone had stuffed themselves full of rice cakes. Ew. I've heard that's supposed to be a pretty good game, but I haven't played either of them yet, so Meguri plopped down onto the folded futon behind her.
食べてすぐ横
You
に
know,
なる
you'll
と
turn into a
牛になる
cow if you lie down right after eating.
若おかみはほん
Sheesh,
と
you'd be such a
お母さん
naggy
みたい
mom,
だよ
young
ね
mistress. Meguri grumbled as she stood, or rather sat her ground, refusing to budge an inch.
そんなことないと思
I
う
don't sound that way, do I? She seems like the most level-headed person out of the entire group, if I'm being honest, but everyone in the hut, with the exception of Meguri, had lost their mothers at a young age. Well, the main gang didn't know if the same could be said of Satsuki, and no one was insensitive enough to ask either. Naori himself had no idea what mothers were like, though in his case, there were at least people taking care of him in his mother's stead.
ねえさっちゃん
Hey, Satchan. Alright. You know, maybe. I'm not super into roguelikes usually, but, you know, never say never, right? Karen suddenly broke the ice.
はいなんでしょう
Yes, what is it?
この前
You went to see your
うちのお
grandfather
じい
the
様
other
に
day, didn't
挨
you?
拶に来たのでしょええ
Oh, yes, I did. Why do you ask?
おじい様って
Were you scared of
あり
him?
ませんでしたか
A little.
あ、
I saw you had a very commanding presence. Satsuki chose her words carefully, skirting the issue.
兄様なんていつも叱られ
He's
てい
always
る
chewing
のよ
out Ayato for not acting like a true heir to the Hinagami legacy.
そんなことないだろ。
And it's never called for either. Now it was Ayato's turn to inflate his cheeks.
だって兄
So
様
no, I
ってば
mean, it's not like you've actually ever done any studying for taking over Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, right?
別に継ぎた
It's
いと
not
考
like
え
I
て
want
ないし
to inherit the company.
まあまあ。
Now, that's still quite a ways off, isn't it? No need to worry about it now. I know 2 people in my immediate circle are, I guess they used to be, not so much anymore, but they both had families with their own business, you know, and one of them was like really smart, and he started, and you know, the business was focused on just painting stuff. And honestly, my impression was always that he was too smart for that kind of work, but I guess there is a lot of pressure from the family and that kind of stuff, so I guess he didn't have much of a choice, but he says he's happy with it, so I guess can't argue with that then, right? Now he threw his friend a bone before he started sulking in earnest.
なあちゃんだって病院継ぐのに
Say
勉
that,
強してる
but
ん
you're
だ。
already studying to take over your family's clinic, aren't you?
俺はお前より
Only
年
because
上だ
I'm
からさ。
older, that's all.
本当に勉強してる
Well, we wouldn't be loafing around in a dinky hut like this if you really were taking your studies seriously. Oof. You snipped.
まあ
Sniped, I guess. It is what it is. We're still young, so shouldn't we be living it up before it's too late?
そうかも
I suppose you have a point. It's not like I'm one to talk, considering I'm shooting the breeze alongside the rest of you.
というかさ、
Speaking of which, shouldn't you be getting home before old mistress starts giving you hell? Days were short in the winter.
この時期はお客も来
Should
な
be
いし
fine.
大
We
丈夫
usually
だ
don't
ろう
get customers this time of year. Then again, I'd rather not come home to a scolding, so I suppose I really should be getting back.
そうだな。
Yeah, I guess it goes for all of us. Naori got up and smothered the charcoal in the brazier with ash.
布団とかは置いていってい
You
い
can
んだ
just
よ
leave
な
the futon and the rest of the stuff from the shed here, right?
え、構わないわ
Yes, that won't pose a
この
problem.
お皿は
What about these plates?
持って帰るわよ
I'll take them back home.
私がゆかさんに
This
叱られ
kitty
ちゃう
mother
も
will
ん
never let me hear the end of it if I don't. Okay, Karen. Karen collected the plates and wrapped them in the cloth once more.
僕が持つよ、カレン。
Oh, I'll carry those for you, Karen. I just can't read this name without thinking of her complaining to a manager, right?
別に兄様
I
が
don't
さっ
need
ちゃ
your
んが
help.
転ばないよう
Just
に
keep an eye on
見ていればいいじゃ
Satchan
な
so
いで
she
すか
doesn't trip. Why don't you? Yeah, she's the clingy type. And she's a bit pissy that he's taken a liking to the shrine maiden.
それもそうだね。
Yeah, good singing. I went to attend Satsuki without a second thought.
もう
More. Karen's face inflated with chagrin, while Meguri struggled to contain a laugh behind her. The gang returned to the crossroads at Kamihina.
皆様
Excuse me, could I please have a moment of everyone's time? Satsuki turned to face the group once they'd reached the staircase to Shigusa Shrine.
本日はどうも
Just wanted to thank you all so much for today. I had a lot of fun. She bowed to them.
しばらくここにいるんでしょ
Staying here for a while, right? Feel free to knock around with us whenever.
そうね
She's right, especially considering we now have a nice little hideout to ourselves. Thank you. Satsuki beamed.
それでは
I
皆
bid
様
you all a good
ごき
day.
げんよう
Satsuki began ascending the stairs after one last bow.
リヒト、
Nihito,
送ってやらないのか？
isn't this your chance to be a real gentleman and usher her to the shrine? Naori teasingly turned to Ayato. only to find Karen clinging to her brother's sleeve like a sailor would the ringing in a maelstrom. The rigging in a maelstrom, good God. Pronunciation, am I right?
やれやれ
Oh, brother. Okay, New Year's Eve. I see, yeah, they were announcing that, you know, that's the mother of Toko and her brother Fumiya, although this is way back before Toko. We're going to visit the Kuroyas, the doctors of the village, around New Year's. Phew. Karen threw off her handkerchief and apron once she finished cleaning her room. That's not what it says here, but she'd been using a feather duster to sweep the dust and refuse off the lintels before gathering them with a broom. Furthermore, she'd also thoroughly scrubbed her carpet clean with a wrong dust cloth. She'd been at it since this morning, leaving her positively boshed now that it was finally over.
お嬢様、終わりましたか?
Mistress Karen, are you finished? Yuka Kirimura, the family maid, peeped into Karen's room from the hallway.
ゆかさん、ゴミを捨て
Can
て
you
きて
take
くだ
out
さ
the
る?
garbage, Miss Kirimura?
ダメですよ、お嬢様。
No, I'm afraid
最
not.
後までご自
Not
身で
after you
掃除を済ま
promised the
せると、
matriarch
奥
that you
様
would
と
clean
約
your
束
room
なさったじゃあ
entirely
りま
by
せんか。
yourself.
も
Come on, a little cheating won't hurt anyone.
ゴミ箱が
You just
外に
don't
あ
want
る
to
か
go
ら
all the way
出るのが
outside to the
億劫なん
trash
でしょ
bin, do you?
うそうよ。
Fine, you got me, so.
仕方ありま
Sometimes
せ
I
ん
wonder
ね。
how you'd survive without me. Very well. Yuka chuckled and picked up Karen's garbage can.
奥様には内緒にしておきますか
I
ら。
won't report this to the
お嬢
matriarch,
様は
so
その
as
雑巾を
long
洗
as you
って
wash and
絞っ
wring
てお
the
いてください
dust
ね。
cloth yourself. A bucket and filthy dust cloths marred the otherwise immaculate hallway. Ugh. Karen reluctantly picked up the cloths and soaked it in the bucket. Her fingertips went numb from the frigid midwinter water.
どうしてこんな寒い時期に
Why do we
大
always
掃
have to
除
do
なん
our
てする
spring
のかしら
cleaning when it's so cold out? She grumbled even though she knew there was no one listening to her.
夏に大掃除したところで
Because he'd be
お前
complaining
は
about
暑
the
いから
heat
嫌
if
だ
we
とか
did
言
it
う
in
だ
the
ろ
summer. I mean, I guess it got a point there.
兄様
Ayato. Karen shrieked in a desperate attempt to conceal embarrassment when she saw her brother sauntering toward her, his voice leaden with exasperation.
兄様は
Did you
お掃
finish
除終
cleaning?
えられたのですか？
僕の部屋はもう
Yeah,
終わ
my
ってるよ
room's already done.
父さんも帰
Sounds
って
like
くるらし
Dad'll
い
be
し
home
早
today,
めに切り上げてお
so
かない
you'd
と
better hurry up. I had to talk like he hadn't a care in the world.
そういえば
Oh, speaking of which,
父様
what
は
time
い
did
つ頃
Father
帰
say
って
he
く
was
るので
coming
したっ
home?
け？
夕方には着くらしいけど
Sometime this evening.
まだなのか
Seems he's not back yet, though.
富山からの道
I
路
hope he's
は
okay.
狭くて
The
険
roads
しい
from
から
Toyama can be so narrow and bumpy.
慣れている道だろう
But
し
they're fine.
心配ないと思う
Sure
よ
of it. Dad knows them like the back of his hand. Now that's one place I definitely haven't been to yet. One prefecture in Japan, Toyama. It's kind of, if I remember correctly, it's like west of Nagano Prefecture, so it's not really anywhere that was close to my travel pass. I had to tussle Karen's hair to assuage her fears.
そうですよね。
Yeah, you're right. His touch was enough to bring Karen peace. Even she was chagrined by how easily he could sway her.
お嬢様、
Mistress
ゴミ
Karen,
箱
I finished disposing of the trash. Ah, thank you, Miss
ありがとうござい
Kirimura. Yuka returned and handed the garbage can back to Karen.
なんだゆかさんに手
Hey,
伝っ
no
てもらっ
fair,
て
you
た
got
の
Miss
か
Kirimura to help.
ゴミ捨てだ
She
けで
just
すよ。
took out my trash, that's all.
だったら僕だって
Darn.
頼みたかったな
I wish I'd asked her to take mine as well.
ダメですよ、綾人様は。
It is simply out of the question, Miss Master Ayato. You'll never be seen as a man unless you do it yourself. It was virtually impossible to believe Yuka was younger than the siblings, considering how well she had her act together. Her family had attended the Hinagamis as their live-in servants since her mother's time. She always put defending the Hinagami family first and foremost, even when Karen and Ayato were out fooling around. Hence why she outclassed them in every way. That was precisely the reason the twins both called her Miss Kirimura despite her age and rank.
それでは私は他のと
Now
ころを
then,
片付
I
けま
must
す
be
ので
going.
失
I
礼し
still
ま
have
す
cleaning to do. She kinda reminds me a little bit of Yukari in the Tokisaka household because she's also much younger than Eiji, but she still takes care of, well, pretty much everything. Yuka bowed politely and took her leave of the pair.
僕も他の部屋を掃除す
Maybe I
る
should
か
give
な
her a hand.
私も手伝い
Oh,
ま
I'll
す
pitch in too. That damn Karen with her with her affection to her brother, huh? The twins' father, Shizuru, arrived home just as the sun was setting. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten them any souvenirs due to how Tokyo was in full-on extravagance is the enemy mode. I was really banking on him bringing back a fashion magazine for me and Guriko. Worst New Year's present ever. That thought raced through Karen's head as she sat at the sunken hearth. She had already finished dinner. However, she and the others were stuck at the table until her grandfather Hideyomi gave the word as per custom. Ayato sat still like a statue right next to his sister.
Shizuru.
Shizuru. Hideyomi broke his silence.
何でしょうか
Yes, father. Shizuru glanced over at his father, who was still seated firmly at the head of the table.
東京の
Enlighten
様
me in the
子は
state
ど
of Tokyo.
う難しいですね
The situation is complex, to say
翼
the
産体
least.
制になってから
There's been a
街に
heightened
憲兵の
military
姿が増え
police
ましたし
presence ever since the
物が売
Imperial
れなくなって
Aid
きています
Association was established, and commodities are getting hard to come by.
仕
And the
事はどう
company?
だ同じですよ
Same. I've been told that the government
政府から
might
制限
also
がかか
start
るようになるのでは
regulating
ないかと
drug
言われています
manufacturers.
大き
So,
な
great
戦
war is
争
at
が
hand, is it?
近いか
Yeah,
そうですね
certainly seems that way. Two men of the house were having a complicated discussion. The Hinagamis had made their living off pharmaceuticals for ages. Though their offices and laboratories were now located in Toyama and Tokyo, many of the settlement's residents still had connections to the pharmaceutical industry. Hinagama Pharmaceuticals could practically be called Hitogata's sole source of external income. As a result, the Hinagami's vast influence reached not just the settlement, but the surrounding areas as well. Though that was still something Karen didn't fully comprehend, despite being a member of that very family.
カレン
Karen's grandmother Mariko called to her from the kitchen.
何でしょうかおばあ様
Come in, grandmother. She took advantage of that opportunity to escape the table and passed through the doorway connecting the living room to the kitchen. Yuka was there, piling New Year's dishes into multi-layered boxes sitting atop a table in the spacious room.
ユカを手伝ってくださいな
Go help Yuka.
わかりましたわ
Yes, grandmother. Karen joined Yuka and started following the younger girl's example.
ブリの照り焼きはこちらにお願いし
Put
ます
the
ね
amberjack teriyaki over here.
ええ
Alright. She placed the food in the designated sections as instructed.
彩りも大切ですから
Presentation is also
栗きんとんは
important,
こちらです
so put the chestnut mashed potatoes right there to balance out the colors.
人参の煮物も入れるの
Do I really have to add the boiled carrots too? Karen grimaced.
当然ですよ
But of course,
せっか
it
く
would be a
奥様と
crime
作ら
not
れたの
to
ですから
after all the effort the matriarch put in to cook everything.
絶対私が嫌いなの
She's
知ってて作
bullying
って
me,
る
I
わよね
swear. She knows I hate those. Karen grumbled when she was sure Mariko was out of earshot.
煮物はおせち
You
には
are
必ず
aware
入っ
that
ているも
boiled
のですよ
vegetables are a staple of New Year's, yes? Yuka chuckled as she lined up rows of rolled fish omelets.
しいたけも入ってる
Great! got shiitake mushrooms too. More like shit take, huh? Nah, just kidding.
お嬢
I
様は
believe being less
少し
picky would
好
be
き嫌い
to
を
your
減らした方
benefit,
がいいと思います
Mistress
よ
Karen. But then she would be a Karen, am I right? But Miss Kirimura. Karen pouted.
かまぼこは好
You
きなん
like
ですよね
kamaboko, don't you?
そうだけど
Well, yeah, but why do you ask?
はいどうぞ
Cause here you go. Yuka plucked some kamaboko with her chopsticks and offered it to Karen.
いいの
Oh, it's that stuff, huh? I think that's fish cakes or something, if I'm not mistaken. It's a type of cured surimi, a processed seafood product common in Japanese cuisine. Yeah, fish cake, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
お重に
Of
収まりき
course,
りませんで
can
したか
fit
ら
this one in the boxes.
ありがと
Thanks. Karen popped the red-rimmed kamaboko into her mouth.
う奥様が戻っ
Just
てこら
finish
れ
it
る
before the
前に食べ
matriarch
てください
returns,
ね
please.
うん
Yeah, yeah.
分かってるわ
I
よ
got it. The girls resumed working as Karen savored the soft texture.
これは何かしら
What's this? Karen pointed to what resembled a chain of red orbs.
それはチョロギと言うんですよ
Those are Chinese artichokes.
なんだか
Looks like
芋
a
虫
lot
みたい
like caterpillars, don't you think?
確か
They're plant
植
roots,
物
if my
の
memory
根のはず
serves
です
me
よ
right. Why don't
食
you
べてみたら
try
いかが
some?
ですか
Uh,
遠慮するわ
nah, I'll pass. Now that Karen had compared them to caterpillars, she couldn't view them as anything else, no matter how hard she tried.
カレンおそばを持って行って
Karen,
ちょうだ
bring
い
the soba to the table.
はい
Ah, yes.
わかりました
Right away, grandmother. Karen carried a tray with soba separated into portions over to the living room.
お待たせいたしましたおじい様
Here's your soba, grandfather. Mmm. He served the soba to her family, starting with her grandfather. Yuka came in next, distributing tempura sauce and grated onions across the table. Karen set some soba before her brother. I almost expected them, you know, to be just spoiled brats, not do anything themselves, but it seems like they do have their fair share of work, right? The two of them. Ayato merely kept a silence.
兄様
Ayato?
足しびれた
My legs fell asleep. Her brother whispered into her ear so that the others couldn't hear. Must be because he's been stuck listening to father and grandfather this whole time. Poor Ayato.
触ってもよろしいですか
Can I touch them?
絶対にやめてくれ
No, please, anything but that. Ayato blanched and shook his head.
冗談ですわよ
I'm just kidding. Karen chuckled as she finished serving the soba and returned to her spot next to Ayato. Yuka left when Mariko came in to join them. And thus, the whole family was present, minus the twins' deceased mother, of course.
揃ったな。
I'd like to make a toast. The family quietly listened to their patriarch.
稲上家の息災
To the health of the Hinagami family and the prosperity of Hitogata village. Though Hitogata was only a tiny settlement, its residents had called it a village for generations. The name is supposedly a remnant of how this region had once been a municipality during the age of westernization. However, in time, Hitogata had become independent of other settlements in the area, a fact they were extremely proud of.
いただきます。
To another year. Everyone ate their New Year's soba at Shizuru's declaration. No one said so much as a word. The sound of slurping was all that kept the house from being silent as a grave. Since they'd already had dinner and this was more of a New Year's ceremony than anything, there was hardly any soba on the table. Even Karen had finished hers in seconds. Yuka took away the empty soba trays. Karen got up and decided to help her, though in reality it was just an excuse to get away from the suffocating aura radiating off her draconian grandfather. She carried a tableware off to the kitchen where she found half-eaten New Year's soba on a nearby table.
ゆかさんはお蕎麦を食べていてくださいな。
Please go ahead and have your soba, Miss Kirimura. I'll do the dishes.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Karen soaked the bowls and soba trays in the water-filled wash basin. The water was cold as ice. Karen immediately withdrew her hands and grabbed the hand cloths.
無理はなさらなくても
You
結構
needn't
ですよ。
force yourself
お
to
嬢
do
様。
work you're not accustomed to, Mistress Karen.
そうね。
Yeah, good point. Karen decided it'd be best to just take Yuka's advice.
そろそろ年越
It's
しで
almost
しょう
time
か。
for the new year, huh? Yuka did the dishes after finishing her soba.
他のところでは
No bells to ring it in
そうな
though.
のかねとい
I'm
う
sure
の
they're
が
doing
ある
that
ら
in
しいけれ
plenty
ど、
of other towns, that said.
この辺りにはお寺がありませ
Well,
ん
there
から
isn't much you
ね。
can do about that when there aren't any temples in the area. Shikusa Shrine was the only religious establishment in the settlement, so Buddhist temples were a completely foreign concept to his residents. It was said that there had been no opportunities to incorporate any other religions with how tight the Hinagamis and Shigusas had been. Thanks to that, the settlement was quieter than a church mouse on New Year's. It appeared to be snowing outside.
カレン、
Karen,
そろそろ
could
年
you
が
come
明けるか
back
ら
to the
今
living
に
room?
戻れって
It's
さ。
almost midnight.
ゆかさんも。
You too, Miss Kirimura. Ayato entered the kitchen.
はい、かしこまりました。
As you wish, Master Ayato. Yuka wiped her wet hands.
兄様、つまみ食いは
Hey,
いけません
Ayato,
よ。
no snacking. Karen tried to stop her brother when she saw him reaching for the Chinese artichokes, but he popped one into his mouth before she even got a word out. It's just a
少
little.
しくらいならいいだろ
It's no problem, right?
よくありませんよ。
Yes, it is.
それよりも、
Anyway, what does it even
どん
taste
な味
like?
ですか？
歯ごたえのある酸っぱ
Like
い
a
生
sick
姜
and sour ginger root? Karen couldn't wrap her head around that description. Yeah, not really. The wall clock chimed when its hands pointed straight up. A new year had arrived.
明けましておめでとうござ
Happy
いま
New
す。
Year! Shizuru immediately bowed to his father.
明けましておめでとうございます。
Happy New Year! Ayato quickly followed suit.
おめでとうございます。
Happy New Year! Karen, Mariko, and Yuka likewise paid their respects to him. That's all this guy says. Nah, not really, but a lot of what he says. Hidiomi calmly nodded and rose to his feet.
みんなこれからも
May you all
精
remain
進する
diligent
よ
in
う
the
に。
new year. And with that, he left the living room. The rest of the family genuflected to exhibit their reverence. Mariko followed her husband, shutting the door behind them. Phew. Shizuru sighed and raised his head.
毎度のことだが
I
実の
know
親とはい
it's
え
airy
緊張
and
する
he's
な
my father, but it's still nerve-wracking. Karen watched her father grumble as he set his hands on his hips and rotated his sore body.
父様も明けましておめで
Happy
とうご
New
ざい
Year
ます。
to you too, father.
明けましておめでとうございま
Happy New
す。
Year. Twins bowed their heads.
ああおめでとう
Thank you. Happy New Year to you both. Shizuru produced 3 small paper bags from the pockets of his sleeve.
少ないが取っておきなさい。
It isn't much, but take it, please.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Karen bowed, accepting her New Year's money.
ゆかもまた今年
And
もよろ
here's
しく
some
頼
for
むよ
you too, Yuka. Keep up the good work.
よろしいので
Are
す
you
か？
sure about this, Master Shizuru? Yuka prostrated herself before taking the bag.
もっともここでは金を
Of
使う
course,
機
I
会な
do
んて
know
ほとん
there
ど
aren't
ないだろう
exactly
けど
many
ね
opportunities to spend money around these parts, though.
しっかりと貯金
It's
しておき
alright.
ますわ。
I'll just save up my money, father.
僕もそうした方が
I think
良さ
that'd
そう
be best for me too.
さて
Anyway,
休むとす
I
るか
think we should call it a night.
おやすみなさいませ。
Good night,
旦那様。
Master Shizuru. Wow, what a lively New Year celebration, huh? Straight to bed after midnight. Yuka stood back and watched Shizuru walk away. It was already past midnight. Yeah, that's typically the case on New Year's Eve, right? A very thought abruptly struck Karen with an overwhelming wave of drowsiness like a runaway train.
私もそろそろ寝ま
I
す
think I'll be heading off to bed too,
兄
Ayato.
様
Miss
Yuka-san.
Kitamura, let's make this
今
another
年も
good
よろ
year.
しくお願いしますわね
ああ、よろ
Yeah,
しく。
I'm all for that. Alright.
明けましておめでとうなおちゃん
At the clinic. Now, I guess we're gonna probably see the arrival of, Chizuru and Fumiya. Ah, Happy New Year now. Now that he stopped sweeping snow when he heard Nanako.
こんなご時世に何がおめでたいのかわからないけ
Oh
ど、
my god.
今日は休診日だろ。どうしたの
I
さ。
turned up the sound because I thought it just got quieter, but that was not a good idea. Not like we have anything to be happy about in these times, though. Anyway, what brings you here? I saw you had the day off.
そりゃ新年のご挨拶よ
I'm here to give my New Year's
お
greetings,
正
of
月は
course.
休館も多い
Plus,
から
I'm also getting
その
ready
準
for the
備も
loads of emergencies we always have around the turn of the year.
うちのじいさん。
Perhaps my grandpa will choke on a rice cake.
ダメよ
I
冗
heard
談
that
でもそんなこと
is
言ったら
actually a quite common cause of deaths in Japan. I don't know how true that is, but yeah. Nanako glared at Naori and shied at him.
ねえなおち
By
ゃ
the
ん
way, want to come with me to the shrine for New Year's?
初詣
Huh?
仕
What, you mean
草神社に
Shigusa Shrine? Yeah, I think that's probably the only shrine you have in this village.
え
But of course, is that a
ダメか
no?
な
ダメじゃないけど。
No, I never said that. I just can't imagine the place suddenly blessing me when I already go there on a regular basis, that's all.
じゃあ少し待
Then
って
let's
てね
go. Hang on while I give the
Sensei, go
director my regards first. Nanako entered the clinic. Now that he resumed sweeping once she'd shut the door. Though there hadn't been a lot of snowfall the previous night, it still left a thin blanket of white over the downtrodden snow that come before. Snow like that was the most dangerous there was. If the hardened snow froze over, people were more likely to slip on the fresh snow atop it. Hence why Naori was sweeping it with a broom. Nanako had left footprints in her wake. Several other sets of footprints created a trail towards Shigusa Shrine.
まあ、他に行くところもないだろう
Figures, not like there's anywhere else to go. Just then, Nanako emerged from the clinic.
院長先生が
Director asked me to tell you to visit the shrine after giving your New Year's greetings to the Hinagamis.
今、親父が言ってるはずだけど。
Well, my father's already taken care of that.
それでもご挨拶
Still, you need to do the same, don't you?
まあ、そうか。
Point taken. If nothing else, it'll at least offer me a good chance to invite Ito and Oina along to the shrine.
先生に
Also, your
どうして
grandfather
晴れ着じゃ
scolded
ない
me
の
for not wearing my
叱ら
Sunday
れちゃった
best.
わ
じいさんの言うことは。
You're better off ignoring that old fart. Knowing him, he'd probably only had lecherous thoughts on his mind. Naori and Nanako passed through the gate of the Hinagami estate.
ナオリさんに
Oh,
ナナコさん
Naori, Nanako. They quickly happened across Yuka sweeping the grounds.
明けましておめでとう。
Happy New Year,
ゆかさん
Yuka.
はい
And a Happy New
おめでとうござい
Year
ます
to you too.
今年も
Let's
よろし
make
くお
this
願いい
another
たしま
good
す
one. Nanako took the opportunity to exchange greetings as well.
あやと様にご用で
Do you
す
have
か
business with Master Ayato?
いや、その前に、新年の挨
Actually, I
拶を
was
して
asked
こい
to
って
give
頼
my
ま
New
れた
Year's
んで。
greetings first. Is the master of the house in?
大旦那様でしたら
No, the
神社へ
patriarch
参ら
went
れ
to
ており
visit
ま
the
すが
shrine.
あれ
Oh, so
今
it's
年
the
は
Hinagami's
日の
turn
出
this
向く番だ
year.
ったのか。
Hideyomi Hinagami and Yoshimitsu Shigusa, the chief priest of Shigusa Shrine, had gotten along like cats and dogs for as long as everyone could remember, each constantly looking for any opportunity they could to one-up the other. That had extended into them even disagreeing on who should visit whom on New Year's, forcing Naori's grandfather to step in as a mediator and ask that they take turns. The only reason their antagonism hadn't taken a truly ugly turn was because both valued their duties to the settlement.
じゃあしずるさんは帰っ
Does
て
that
きて
mean
る
that
のかい
Uncle Shizuru is back in town then?
ええ、おりますよ。
Yes, that's
ちょ
correct.
うどゆずる様もいらっしゃっております。
Kind of makes sense, I guess, because they were, because his father is also a Hinagami, right? Yeah, that's correct. He's here with Master Yuzuru as we speak. Yuka showed Naori and Nanako into the house. The pair were taken to a room in the back, where they found Shizuru and Yuzuru locked in the middle of a game of shogi. Shizuru studied the board as he toyed with a captured piece.
待ったはなしだぞ。
Now or never, Shizuru. Meanwhile, Yuzuru appeared to be at absolute peace.
わかってる。
I'm aware. Shizuru didn't take his eye off the board.
ん
Oh, Naori, brings you
どうした
here. It was Yuzuru who first noticed the two newcomers.
年始の挨拶
Saw
を
that come say my
と
New
思ったんだけ
Year's
ど
greetings, but it
邪魔
looks
しちゃ
like
悪い
this
よ
is a
ね
bad time.
おい兄貴。
Hey,
う
Shizuru.
ちの息子たち
My
が
son
挨
and
拶
nurse
に
are
来
here
た
to
ぞ。
say hello.
ああ、
Hmm?
お前たち
Oh,
か。
it's you two. Shizuru finally looked up.
明けましておめでとう
Happy
ござ
New
いま
Year.
す
My grandfather
本
asked
年
me
も
to
よろしく
tell
お
you
願
we
いいた
should
します
make
と
this another good
祖父か
year.
らことづかってまいりました
Naori bowed after delivering the message.
明けましておめでとうござ
Happy
い
New
ます
Year.
明けましておめでと
Happy New Year. Shizuru took some New Year's money out of his pocket.
う。このご時世だから、
There's
あまり
nothing
派手
really
には
to
できないが。
splurge on these days, given the
Don't
times,
do it.
but please take it anyway.
兄貴、そういうのは
Shizuru, that's... Yuzuru tried to stop his brother.
子供じゃないのだし。
Naori isn't
犯
a
罪する
child,
心配もないだろ
so
う。
you don't have to worry about him blowing his money, do you?
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much. Now that there was anywhere nearby you could blow it anyway.
沢城さんも。
No
Dozo.
pachinko parlors, I guess, in a remote village, huh? Here's some for you too, Sawashiro. Huh?
私
Me?
もですか？
But I'm too old to be getting money on New Year's.
もうそういう年でもないんですが。
いいから。
Don't worry
取っ
about
ておき
that.
なさい。
Just take it.
すみません。
Alright. Thank you
あ
very
りがとう
much.
ございます。
Nanako graciously pocketed the money.
さて、
Now then,
どこまでやったか
where
な
was I? Shizuru turned back to his shogi game.
勝手に駒
Don't
を
go
動
moving
か
to
すなよ。
pieces when I'm not looking.
そんなことをしなくても。
Please,
お
then I
前に
don't
は
have
勝
to
てるさ
resort to cheating to beat you.
言ったな。
Oh, it's on now.
Ja,
You'll be
cut
eating
them
those
out,
words when I'm through with you.
と
We'll be
失礼
going
します
then. Naori, sensing things were getting heated between the brothers, decided to make his exit. He returned to the living room to find Ayato and Karen there.
ああなおちゃん明け
Oh
ましてお
no,
めでと
Happy
う
New Year.
今年もよろしく
Happy New Year. The friends slash cousins exchanged greetings.
これから
We
初
were about
詣
to
に行こ
visit
うと
the
思うんだ
shrine.
けど
Care to
リフ
tag
トも来る
along?
かうん
Sure.
他のみ
What
んなは
about the others?
どうせ
Oh,
他
I'm
に行くと
sure
ころ
they'll
もな
all
い
be
し
there.
行け
Not
ばい
like
るんじ
there's
ゃない
anywhere
か
else to go, right? Naori simply shrugged.
カレンちゃんはどうするの？
What about you, Karen?
行きますわよ。
I'm in. I have to make I have a wish to
きちんとお願いしてこなきゃ。
make after all.
じゃあ行くか
I mentioned this earlier when you weren't there yet, but why is this woman always tilted to the right? I guess because she's a Karen and she's tilted, right? Alright then, let's get a move on. The four scaled a stone staircase, passed through the shrine archway, and made their way down the path to the shrine. Though the place hadn't been particularly dolled up for New Year's, many of the villagers had still come.
グリコに若
Oh hey, Guriko, young mistress. Karen called out to her friends as soon as she spotted them.
明けましておめでとう。みんな。
Happy New Year, guys.
明けましておめでとうござい
Happy
ます
New Year.
やっぱり若女
Figured
に
you'd
は
be here
着物できた
in a
のね。
kimono, young mistress. Because she always is, maybe. I mean, it's what I
普
always
段着
wear.
だし
あまり派手
Can't
な格好
exactly
もで
go
きない
around
ご時
dressing
世だ
to
か
the
らね。
nines in this day and age.
でもきちんと
Still,
着
it's
飾
a
りたか
darn
った
shame we
な。
couldn't slip something fancy on.
そうなのよね。
Yeah, I finally
せっ
got
かく可愛い
adorable
服があって
clothes,
も
yet I
ほ
can't
とん
even
ど着ら
wear
れない
them.
から。
Two fashion junkies griped away.
リヒトだってそう思
Don't
うで
you
しょ。
agree, Rito?
僕
Me? I had to reel with surprise when he was dragged into the conversation.
可愛い服着てる
Yes,
方がいい
you.
よね。
Don't you think it'd be nice if we could wear cute outfits?
ああ、
Oh, sure, I
そうじゃない
guess.
かな。
He gave an uncertain nod.
あんまり
You're
興味ないんでしょ。
Not interested, are you?
そんなことない
That's not true.
と
Well,
思う。
probably. Anyway,
リヒトに聞くことが
really
間違って
should
る
know
ん
by
じゃ
now
な
that
い
asking Rito is a waste of time.
でもどう
Don't you
思っ
want
て
to
る
know
か知っ
about
ておき
what
た
he
いでしょ。
sings?
私に言われても
Not especially. Ow, that's gonna sting.
ねえ、なおちゃん。
Hey, now. Nanako whispered into Naori's ear.
何
Hmm?
めぐりちゃんって、あや
Does
との
Meguri have a
こと
crush
好
on
きなの？
Ayato?
さあ、
Heck if I know. You hadn't heard anything of the sort from the horse's mouth, at least.
まあ、なおちゃんも鈍い方だ
Well,
よ
I
ね。
suppose you always were on the slow side. Naori knew he couldn't argue with that. He was very much aware of the fact that he wasn't good at picking up on subtleties.
別に制服でもいいと思
I
う
don't
けど
see why you two can't just wear your uniforms.
制服だって可愛いわよね。
Yeah, aren't uniforms adorable? Plus, you never have to worry about what to put on every morning with
たま
them.
に羨ましくなるわ。
Wish I had that luxury.
楽なのは確かですが
True, it just keeps things simple. Two guys in the group were left behind by all that girl talk.
参拝してくるか。
Why don't we just go pay our respects?
そうだね。
Good thinking. Pair continued down the pass to the shrine grounds. The shrine proper, which had been built on a level mountainside, seemed far too grand for the settlement. Erected by its side was the shrine office where the Shigusa clan lived.
あれ、おまわりさんがいる。
Oh, hey, Mr. Takayama's here. That weird-ass police officer. I had to spotted Takayama out of the corner of his eye.
さやさんと話してるな。
He's chatting up Saya, huh? Well, from what we've seen of Saya so far, she's, well, first of all, nothing like the Saya from Saya no Uta, but she also seems like an ice queen, not particularly, you know, not particularly nice and everything. The police officer in question was talking to a woman clad in priestess robes, Saya Shigusa, second and youngest daughter of her clan.
いつも一段の雪かき。ありがとう
Thank
ご
you
ざ
for
いま
always
す。
shoveling our stairs.
いえ他に
Ah,
だって
there's
当
no
然の
need to
方で
thank
す
me,
から
just doing my job. Takayama stood at attention.
あんなおまわりさん見たことないよ。
Can't say I've ever seen him like that before.
まあ、惚れてるんだったら
Do
仕
you
方ないんじ
expect
ゃないか。
man's head over heels for her?
そうなの
Hold on, really? Ayato cocked his head.
俺はそう聞いてるけど。
That's what I've heard, at least.
ふーん。
I never knew. Funny, I could have sworn he did. Guess he's just as bad as me as picking up on the subtleties. Oh. Ayato made a noise when he looked toward the shrine's hall of worship. Curious now that he turned that way as well. Satsuki was there. She was striding toward the shrine office alongside Chief Priest Yoshimitsu, probably on her way back from saying her prayers. The reason Ayato didn't go up to her was likely because his grandfather was accompanying her as well.
挨拶してくればいいじゃないか。
Why not say hi to her? Already gave Ayato a push on the back.
いや、いいよ。
I'm good. Ayato shook his head.
新年の
Hey,
挨拶
nothing
くらい
wrong with wishing
別に
someone
ど
a
うって
happy
こと
new
ないだ
year.
ろ。そうだけ
Well,
ど。
no, but... However, Satsuki and her companions disappeared into the shrine office before Ayato reached a decision.
もう手遅れだからお参りして
Let's
こう。
just go pray. It's too late now. Ayato hustled off towards the hall of worship, leaving only those words behind.
リヒトどうしたの
What's the deal with Irito? You and the other girls finally caught up with Naori just then.
さあ、 なんか叶えたい願いで
Or
もあるん
who's
じゃ
to
ない
say?
か
Perhaps he has his heart set on getting a wish granted. Now he played dumb.
願い
A wish, huh? You looked up at the shrine.
ここの神社は
They say the
願いを
shrine
叶
houses
え
a
てくれ
god
る
that
神
grants
様を
wishes,
祀って
don't
いる
they?
のよね。
仕草神社に
Because a
祭祀されて
shrine
いるのは
deifies
ヒ
the
ンナ様という
folk
民
god
族神だ
Lord
けど
Hina, but he
誰の
doesn't
願
just
いでも
grant
叶えるとい
anyone's
うわけじ
wish.
ゃなかったはずだぞ。
あ、聞いたことあ
Oh
る。
yeah, I've heard of that.
ひな
The
が
story
み家だ
goes
け
that
に
only the
恩恵をもたら
Hinagamis
す
get
と
this
か。
blessing, right? Well, that's not fair.
そうなの？
Really?
正確には違いま
That's
すよ
not quite accurate, actually.
ケン
Oh,
セイ
why,
さん
hello there, Kensei.
明けましておめで
Happy
とう
New
ござい
Year.
ます。
The gang was approached by Kensei, the senior priest.
ねえ皆さん
Thank you.
明けまして
Happy New Year
おめで
to
とう
all
ご
of
ざい
you
ま
as
す
well. Kensei bowed his head.
先ほどのお
Regarding
話
your
ですが
conversation, Lord
ヒンナ
Hina
様
doesn't
は
just
決
bless
して
the
ひながみ
Hinagami
家だけに
family.
ご利益をもたらすわけではありませんよ。
他の人に
So
も
he
ご利益
blesses
はあるの
others
で
too
すか
then.
もちろん
I believe
ここ
you'll
で
be
願えば
blessed if
恩
you
恵
make
は
a
得
wish
られ
here,
る
of
と思いま
course.
すよ。
Though
まあ
really, that's what
よ
they
その神社
say
並みですけど。
at every other shrine too. Kensei smiled. Is that really the sort of thing a priest should be so upfront about?
ひながみ家の繁栄が約束
Prosperity
され
is
れば
promised to the
それは
Hinagamis,
村全
and
体
that
の繁栄にも
translates
つ
to
ながりますから。
prosperity for the whole village. Less like you don't have a good connection to them or something like that. Who knows, right?
現に今はそうなっていますものね。
I suppose our current state of affairs supports that idea. Nanako nodded to herself.
それに
Besides, the
ヒンナ様を祀っているの
Hinagamis
は
are the only
ひながみ
ones
家だ
allowed
け
to
です。
worship Lord Hina.
こ
We
こは
merely aid
そのお手
in
伝い
that
をしてい
task.
るに過ぎません。
Well, I mean, it's quite the interesting arrangement, I guess. But
うちの神棚に
you
祀ら
mean
れ
the
ている
god
のが
enshrined in our household
Hina-sama
shrine
なの
is
ですか？
Lord Hina? Karen looked curious.
ねえ、そうなります
Precisely,
ね
the god housed in this
こちら
shrine
には
is the
シグサ家
ancestor
と
god
ひ
of
な
the
がみ家の祖
Shigusas
神
and
が祀られているん
Hinagamis.
ですよ。
That god
その
subsequently
氏
gave
神が
birth
ヒ
to
ンナ
Lord
様を産み
Hina.
落としたとされています。
Alright.
難しくてよくわ
My
からない
head
わ。
aches just trying to follow all that. It's not that complicated, lady. Meguri groused. Haha.
そう
It's
難
far
しく考
simpler than
える
it
必要は
sounds,
あり
I
ま
assure
せん
you.
よ。
Just considering
村
the
の守りや
village's
そう
guardian
思っていて
deity.
くださればそれでいいんです。
Kensei left while laughing.
でも
But they also say Lord
ヒン
Hina
ナ
is a
様はたた
vengeful
り神
god,
だとも
don't
言わ
they?
れているのよね。
You waited until Kensei was out of earshot before asking that question.
何話してたんだい？
What are you guys talking about? I had to return at that exact moment.
いや、別に
Oh, not
き
much.
ちんと願い事
Did
し
you
て
make
き
a
た。
wish?
まだだよ。みんなを待ってた。
Oh, yeah, I was waiting on you guys.
それじゃ、
Alright then,
みんな
let's
でお
go
参
say
り
our
していくか。
praise. Literally. Everyone lined up in front of the offertory box, rarely brought out in public apart from days such as this and the festival in March.
お賽銭っていくら
How
ぐらい
much
が
are
い
we
いので
supposed
しょ
to
う？
offer?
僕は5銭でいいと思うけど。
I think 5 cents should do. I had to took out a nickel coin with a hole through the middle.
1円とか入れないのか？
You're not going with 1 yen?
それじゃお年玉全額じゃ
No,
ないか
that'd be all my New Year's money.
あ、いいな。リヒト
Wow,
は
you
お年
guys
玉
got
もらえ
money
た
for
んだ。
New Year's? Calling me jealous.
どうせ使うあてもないお金
Not
です
that
わ。
like there's anything to spend it on. Karen produced a yellow 10-cent coin and tossed it into the offertory box. Everyone did the same, one after another, before saying their prayers. Now they followed suit. No particular wish came to mind, however.
みんなでおみくじを引いていかない？
Why don't we all draw our fortune slips together? It was Nanako, the eldest of them all, who made that suggestion.
いいですね。
Oh,
それ
that sounds great. Karen made a beeline for the fortune slip stall beside the shrine office.
私あんまりいい結果出たことない
I
んだよ
never
ね。
get any good fortunes.
悪い結果の
Just
時
tie any
は
bad ones to
木
a
に
tree
結ん
and
で
forgot
忘れちゃ
all
うのが
about
一番
them.
よ。
The rest of the gang followed Karen.
皆様、
Happy
明け
New
まして
Year,
おめでと
everyone.
うございます。
Mia, Kensei's wife, was there to greet them all.
おめでとうございます。
Happy New Year.
おみくじを引
May
い
we
てもよ
draw
ろ
some
しいです
fortune
か？
slips?
ええ、どう
Of
ぞ。
course, go right ahead. Karen promptly picked up the tube with sticks in it and flipped it over.
13番13番
13. Check the numbers on the drawers.
私
I
は
got number 29.
29番か
7番
Where's number 7? Oh, there we go.
ここね
The gang read off the lots they'd found in their respective drawers.
末吉か
Good luck to
おひ
come,
な
eh?
は
What do you get, Ohina?
中吉
Medium luck.
まあまあですけど
I guess it could be worse, but still.
どうしたの
Something wrong?
その
It's about my luck in romance.
何々
Let's see.
諦めよ
Give up.
うわ
Ouch.
これだけ
That's all it says. I mean, if she weren't so obsessed with her brother, then maybe she would have a chance. But then again, imagine living out in the middle of nowhere. I guess finding a romantic partner would be difficult to begin with, right?
別に
I don't see the
相
issue.
手もいないんだし
It's not
構
like
わ
you
ない
have
んじゃない
candidates anyway.
待ち人
The
は
person you're waiting for
近
is
くにはいないだって
nowhere in the vicinity.
将来に期待しなさいってことか
Sounds
しら、
like
ね、
it's telling you to place your hopes in the future then.
近くて
Maybe it
遠い
could mean
存在
someone
と
who's
か
so
は
close
ダメ
yet
かしら
so far. I'm getting some Sweet Home Alabama vibes here. If she says it like that. I
ダメじゃない
doubt
か
that.
しら
Ayata had been rendered speechless.
どうした
What's the matter? Oh, they checked Ayato's slip?
うわ
Yikes. The top of the lot read grave misfortune. I've never seen that one before.
初めて
Me neither. Even all of his individual fortunes were worded negatively.
でも
Oh, but
恋愛につい
your
てはいい
romance
こと書いて
fortune
あ
isn't
る
so
わよ。
bad.
そんなところだけ良くても困る
That
し
doesn't make me feel any better.
なんて書いてあるの
What's it say? Meguri took a look.
運命の出会い
Faded
なり
encounter. Guess the key there is whether or not you've already had this
そ
encounter.
こが重要よね。
どっちだっていいよそん
It
なの
doesn't make a difference either way. Ayato went to go tie off his lot.
照れてるのかな
Think he's embarrassed?
知りません。
Who cares? Oh, shut the fuck up, Karen. Meguri and Karen followed Ayato.
なおちゃんはど
What
う
about you now?
私は吉だったけど
Mine says lucky.
俺は小
I
吉だ
got
よ
minor luck.
書いてる内容
Doesn't
も
sound like I have much to be
無難なことば
excited
かり
or worried about from
ナナ
that.
コは
What the individual fortunes say either. And you, Nanako?
大吉よ。
Major
今
luck.
年は何かいい
Maybe
ことあ
something
るか
great will
な。
happen this year.
じいさんが尻
Yeah,
を
perhaps
触
my
らなくなれ
grandpa
ばいい
will
ん
stop
だな
grabbing your butt.
それだ
I'd
け
rather
で
not waste my luck on
私は
something like that.
ちょっと嫌かも。
Nanako went straight back to the Kuroya clinic, while Naori returned to the Hinagami estate with Ayato and Karen.
まだ親父はいる
Looks
み
like
たい
the
だ
old,
な
my old man's still here. Naori noticed his father's shoes by the entrance.
まさかま
I
だ
don't
将
think
棋を
you're
指して
still
るなん
playing
てことはな
shogi,
い
do
よ
you?
なさすがに
I
ないだろ
doubt
う
it.
ね
It
もう
was
ずいぶん
hours
時間が
ago.
経ってるし
Perhaps they're sharing
二
a
人で
drink
お
or
酒で
something.
も飲んでいるんじゃないだよな
Probably. However, it turned out Naori was sorely mistaken. His father and uncle were still glaring at the shogi board. Both sides had only a few pieces left. However, that was precisely what made it so difficult to mount an offense.
どっちが有利なんだ
Which one's winning? Naori asked Ayato in a hushed voice.
うちの親父かな
I think it's my
飛車
dad.
角全部持ってるし
There's all the rocks and bishops. Chizuru moved to Silver General until it was diagonally facing Yuzuru's king.
大手だ
Check. I can see
言われ
that.
なくても
Thank
分か
you.
ってる
Yuzuru was about to grab his gold general stationed above Shizuru's silver general, but then stopped. Naori only knew how the pieces moved. He wasn't very familiar with Shogi's strategy.
あの銀は取っちゃダメなのか
Would taking that silver general be a bad move?
飛車がいるからね。
Yeah, because of
王
that
で取っ
rook.
ても角が狙ってる
Even if he takes it with his king, he'd be wide open to my dad's bishop.
ごちゃごちゃうるさいぞ。
Enough from the peanut gallery. Yuzuru glared at his son and nephew.
外野にイチャモンをつけるなよ。
He's just being salty. That's all it is. Shizuru's confident grin never wavered. Yuzuru moved his king up diagonally in the opposite direction of Shizuru's silver general. Shizuru's rook took Yuzuru's gold general and was promoted. But it wasn't checkmate.
甘いな、兄貴。
Getting sloppy, Shizuru. Yuzuru moved his knight and took the pawn in front of Shizuru's king, promoting his own piece in the process.
王手だぞ。
Check.
うるさい。
Shut up. Even if he took Yuzuru's promoted knight, he still had his brother's lance in the rear to worry about. Shizuru jumped at the knight in his territory over his king and took Yuzuru's promoted knight. Yuzuru immediately moved a pawn in front of that knight. Shizuru declared check, using the captured knight. Yuzuru's king fled right in front of the knight.
いつ終わるんだろうな。
It's also hard to imagine what's going on. I'm not particularly great at shogi. I've played it a couple of times in the Yakuza games because it's like always a mini game, right? But yeah, I'm like in the same boat as the kids there. I know how the pieces move, but I can't really say that I know particularly well how the game works. When will this end? Now he had considered going home with his father since he was still around, but at this rate, he'd be stuck there for a week.
もうすぐじゃないかな。
I doubt it'll last much longer, see? I had to point you to a part of the board. Yuzuru's promoted rook took a pawn and positioned itself diagonally downward from Yuzuru's king. Promoted rook was in the path of the knight. Behind the knight was a pawn, while a lance, still in its starting position, was targeting the promoted rook on the other side.
積んだな。
Checkmate.
くそー。
Ah, damn it. Yuzuru flopped onto the floor in defeat.
いいところまで攻めていたんだがな。
My offense was working great for a while there.
最初の油断が命取りだった
That
な。
blunder at the beginning cost you. Yuzuru's lips curled into a shit-eating grin.
ま、
Still, it's impressive that you were this close to actually beating me for once.
うるせえよ。
Eat shit, why don't you? That's an interesting way of translating urusei, but you know. Yuzuru cursed his brother.
帰ろう、親父。
Let's go home, Dad. Now that the match had finally come to an end, now they seized the opportunity to get his dad out of there.
直りも本格的に覚えてみるか。
Why don't you start studying shogi in earnest, Naori?
俺はいいよ。
I think I'll pass, thank you. Well, even back in 1939, they already had the gamer spirit, right? Tatsuki sat on a floor cushion at the head of the table. The leaders of the settlement were all assembled before her. However, none of them so much as glanced her way. Instead, they were all facing each other.
ひながみの。
I don't believe you've delivered your yearly greeting, Inagami. Yoshimitsu, the chief priest, accosted the man sitting opposite him, Hideyomi Inagami.
新年
A very happy new year to you.
誠におめでとうございます。
It sounded as though Hideyomi was being held at gunpoint. Satsuki didn't know much about the Hinagami family patriarch. However, she could tell those two clearly didn't get along.
堅苦しいことは抜きにしましょう。
Let us dispense with the formalities. Yoshimitsu's wife, Ryoko, got between the pair.
さあ、あなた。
You too, Hideyomi.
わかっている。
I know. Hideyori nodded at his own wife's intervention. Ryoko and Mariko were sisters, which made the two men brothers-in-law, yet they never saw each other outside formal events. Needless to say, it was agonizing for Satsuki to have to sit at the head of the table amidst this powder keg. She wasn't allowed to speak or relax in a more comfortable pose, only to sit on her knees in absolute silence. Ryoko brought out a bottle of sake.
さあどうぞ。
Drink up! Meanwhile, Mariko served square wooden cups. Huh. Two men snorted as their cups were filled. They then started drinking without even bothering to give a toast of any sort. Satsuki would have given anything to be anywhere else at the moment.
今年の祭りは
So, the Oracle will be dancing in this year's festival. Hideyori glanced at Satsuki.
そのつもりだ。
That's the plan. How long has it even been?
なん
Hideyori drank from his cup.
昭和の名誉に
Over
な
a
ってから
decade
は
at
初めて
least.
だな。
Perhaps two.
も
That
う
long,
そん
huh?
なになるか。
Satsuki had been kept in the dark about the past.
さあどうぞ。
Here, have some more. Yoko refilled the men's empty cups.
ならば
Then we must take
こちらも
appropriate
準
measures
備
of our
をせ
own.
ねばならんな。
それは
I'll
任せ
leave
る。
that in your hands. They pair down the one cup of sake after the next. Much as Satsuki would have liked to ask what they were talking about, she had no choice but to sit there in absolute silence as though she were not but a statue for display. Man, must have been rough to live in that day and age, huh?
いるか？
With the rules being even stricter than they are these days. Naori, are you in? Yuzuru peeked into his son's room.
何親父
Yeah, do you need something, Dad? Naori put a bookmark in the classic foreign novel he was reading.
そろそろ親戚の子ら
Her
が来るは
cousins
ず
should
だ
be
から。
arriving any minute now, so could you please go pick them up?
そっか
Oh, that's today. He set his book aside and rose to his feet.
前ひんなで待ってい
I
れば
just
いい
need
か
to
な
wait for them in Maina, I take it.
タクシーで来るそうだ。
Yes, they should be arriving by taxi.
分かったよ
Got it. Now they put on a scarf and left the house. In the current weather, it wouldn't take terribly long for a car to get to Hitogata from the foot of the mountain. Still, it was half a day's trip from Toyama City all the same. Given it was currently afternoon, that meant they must have left first thing in the morning. Now they wondered if they had taken the night train from Tokyo, or if they'd arrived in Toyama the day before and spent the night there. That wasn't all he didn't know, however. He still had no idea what his cousins were like. All he'd been told was that they were a boy and a girl, and that they were his aunt's children. That said, he wasn't worried about finding them. Hitogata almost never got any visitors, so he knew he'd be able to pick them out in a second. Now he traversed the road that divided Hitogata into west and east until he arrived at the branch office in Maehina. There were several ridges one needed to cross to get to the settlement from the heart of the village. Hence why the town hall had a branch office here. But since government facilities were rarely needed in these parts, there were only a handful of people stationed there. One of them, an elderly man named Saizukuki, was out shoveling snow in the front of the office, only to stop when he noticed Naori.
おう、黒屋の若いの。
Well, hey there, if it ain't the Kuroya boy.
こんにちは
Good afternoon. Naori bowed.
うちに来
My
る予
family
定
is
の客
expecting guests.
まだ来ていま
Have
せん
they
か
arrived yet?
客かい？
Guests?
No.
Nah, I ain't seen no outsiders today.
誰
And the
だっ
roads
て
are
綺麗な
plenty
もんさ。
clear too. The lack of tire tracks on the road before them supported Saiza's claim. No one in the village owned an automobile. The only exception was Shizuru, who took a car back and forth from Toyama. As a result, the settlement's roads hadn't been rebuilt for cars, meaning vehicles could go no further than Maihina.
中で待ってくかい
Wanna come in? I'll make you some tea.
いえ
I'm
お構い
fine,
なく
but thank you for the offer. Naori politely turned him down. Accepting Saizo's offer would have meant having a chat with him over tea, and Naori honestly wasn't in the mood for that. Waiting outside with his nose in the book was more his style. Thus Naori swept the snow off the bus stop bench and took out his book. But just then he heard a car engine approaching. He looked up to find a black sedan coming down the mountain road. That must be them. Naori closed his book and prepared to welcome his guests. The car drew closer and closer in the meantime, revealing itself to be a taxi. Eventually it stopped in front of the branch office, spewing black smoke all the while. A bespectacled boy around Naori's age emerged from the back seat.
黒谷さんですか
Are you with the Kuroyas? The boy turned to Naori when he approached, head cocked quizzically.
ええ黒谷直りです
Yes, my name is Naori Kuroya, and you are?
お世話になります
It's nice to meet you. I'm Fumiya Kuchiki from Tokyo.
それとこっ
And
ちが
this here is... Fumiya trailed off and helped the girl out of the taxi.
口木千鶴と申します
My name is Chizuru
これからし
Kuchiki.
ばらくの間
Thank you for your hospitality.
どうぞよろしくお願い
It's
い
a
たし
pleasure
ま
to
す
make your acquaintance.
黒谷直りです
Likewise, Naori Kuroya. They all bowed to one another.
申し訳ありません
Oh,
が
just a heads
ここ
up.
から先
We'll have to go from
車は
foot
入れ
from
ませ
this
んの
point
で
onwards.
歩きになります
Sorry, but the village roads weren't made for cars.
ええ運転手さん
Yes,
に
we heard as
伺って
much
いま
from
す
the
よ
driver. Fumiya picked up a large bag.
あ持ちましょう
Oh,
か
may I carry that for you? I would imagine it'd be hell for a city boy to navigate these snowy roads while lugging around such a huge bag. Especially considering they'd expressly come in hopes of improving their health.
すみません
Thank you. I'd very much appreciate it. Fumiya gratefully passed his bag to Naori. It was indeed just as heavy as it looked.
ではこちらへどうぞ
Right this way, then.
はい
Thank you.
さあ千鶴
Are you ready,
行こうか
Chizuru? Yes. Chizuru was a rather willowy girl. She huddled close to Fumiya, perhaps because she was cold. Naori imagined Fumiya had tagged along solely to oversee his sister's recovery.
こちらへはいつ頃ま
By
で
the
滞
way,
在
how
の予
long are
定
you
です
two
か
planning on staying here?
春までの予定です
Till spring.
もっとも
Though it might be
東京の
longer
状況
depending
に
on
よ
how
っては
things in Tokyo
もうし
play
ばらく
out.
ご厄介になるかもしれませんがやはり
But
欧
the
米との
rumors
全
are
面
true.
戦争は近いんですか
We're nearly in an all-out war with the West.
僕はまだ学生です
Not
から
party
よ
to
くわ
all
か
the
りませんが
details since I'm still in
島で
school.
の戦争も
The war in
長引いて
China
ま
is
すから
taking longer than expected, so
お米なども満足に買
there's
えなく
no
なっ
longer
たんで
enough
す
rice to go around.
まあこの辺りではまだそういったこと
Well,
も
we
あり
haven't
ま
had
せん
any
が
issues with that yet,
心配あり
so
ません
you'll
よ
want for nothing while you're here. Naori elaborated on the sights along the way as the three headed for the clinic.
へえ朽木さん
Oh
の家
wow,
も
so your
病院
family
なんで
runs
す
a
か
hospital too, Kuchiki.
フミヤで結構ですよ
Call me Fumiya, I
うちは
insist.
病院といっても
Anyway, I'd say it's more of a
軍の
military
研究所の
research
ような
facility at the
状況ですけど
moment. That's why we couldn't keep Chizuru there any
千
longer.
鶴を入院させておくことも難しくなったんですなるほど
Now I see. Naori nodded and opened the door.
どうぞ
Well,
中へ
come on in. I'm sure you must be tired, so make yourselves at home.
ゆっくり
すみません
Thank you, that'd be lovely. The siblings were led to the guest room. Phew. Fumiya sighed and sat down, clearly exhausted from the walk.
あの家の方にご挨拶をさせて
We'd like to
いただき
introduce ourselves to our hosts.
祖父と父でしたら
Sure, my
医院の方
grandfather
にい
and
ますから
father are in the
呼ん
clinic
で
right
きますよ
now, but I'll go get them.
いえこちらから出向くの
No,
が
it would
先
be
でしょう
rude
し
to make them come to us. Let's go, Fumiya.
参りましょう
あ
Yes, you make a good point.
まあここの村には
So,
何もないな
anyway,
好きなだけゆっくりしていきなさい
I always read this his name, which is so as, you know, so, the word. But whatever. Anyway, while our village doesn't have much, I hope the two of you enjoy your time here.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, grandfather.
これからしばらくの間
Grateful for your
よろしくお願
hospitality.
いします。
So when the Kuchikis introduced themselves,
何か希望などがあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。
Nanako doesn't look
女
half
性のこと
bad
で
in
あれ
that
ば
nurse
沢
uniform,
城
huh?
君に頼んでくれたまえ。
Please do let us know if there's anything you ever need. And please consult Sawashiro here for any feminine concerns you may have, Chizuru.
よろしくお願いします、ね。
I'd be happy to help.
はい。
Thank you.
こちらこ
It's
そよろ
much
しくお願いします
appreciated.
療養には
Change
気
of
分
pace
転
is the
換が
best
一番
treatment
だ
you
か
can
ら。
ask for.
ま、
Though I
わしに
suppose
とっての
Nanako is
一
the
番の
best
薬は
medicine there is for
7
me.
だが。
Alright there.
じゃあ
Why
家の
don't I
中を
give you
案
two a
内する
tour
か
of the
ら
house?
行きましょうか。
Nanako ignored So's quip as if he wasn't even there.
じいさん、
Seriously,
ナナコに
Grandpa,
ちょっかいかける
you
の
think
も
it's about
そ
time
ろ
you
そろ
quit
やめにして
making
おいた方
passes
がいいん
at
じゃないか
Nanako? Make life a whole lot easier for everyone.
なんだな俺。
Oh,
酔いとるのか
jealous are we? I don't think he has to, you know, fear any competition from this old fart here, but
そんなんじゃないって。
don't be ridiculous.
おひないる？
Alright, let me quickly drink something. You there, Hina? Meguri poked her head in from the veranda.
いますよ。どうぞ
Yeah,
上
come
が
on
って
in.
きてくださいな。
This woman is always tells it why. Meguri took Karen up on her offer.
あ、若女将も来てたん
Oh,
だ。
I didn't realize young mistress was with you.
え
That I am.
何してたの？
What have you guys been up to? The room was practically a kaleidoscope of cloth strewn everywhere which way.
春に向けてお洋
We
服を
went to
作り
make
たくて。
Western style clothes for
生地を見ていたのか？
spring, so we were checking out fabrics.
ああ、いいな。
Oh, sounds
若女
fun.
将も来たりす
Gonna
る
wear
の？
them too, young mistress.
私はただ見てる
I'm just looking.
着
Doesn't
物に
seem
合
like
わ
any
な
of
そう
these
な柄だし
patterns would match my kimonos. You picked up a cloth adorned with floral patterns.
若女将だったら
Really? Personally, I think
お
you'd
洋
look
服
good
だ
in
って
Western
似合うと
style
思います
clothes.
けど。着てみたらいいじゃない。
Yeah, what she
Yeah.
said. So come on, give it a shot. Like it's gonna kill you, right?
普段着てる制服だって洋服でしょ
Uniforms we wear for school are Western in style, aren't they?
まあそうだけどさ。
But yeah, but it's not the
全然違うじゃない
same thing. I suppose these fabrics here would make a nice shawl, though.
肩掛けに良さそうだけど
じゃあ作
Then
ってみ
why don't
ま
we
す
make
か？
one? Karen presented you with a sewing kit.
おひなも若
So
女
we're
将も
great at
裁縫
sewing
上
on
手
you.
だもんね。
授業で
We
習っ
taught
たでし
all
ょ
of us how to do it in school.
私苦手だ
Yeah,
っ
but
た
I'm
も
all
ん。
thumbs at it.
どうしても同
I
じ幅
try
で縫
it
っていく
and
ことも
try
でき
it,
なくてさ。
but it just can't sew the same width. It's
グリ
because
コは
you're
せ
too
っかちだから
impatient,
ですよ。
Goody-kun. Karen giggled.
ああ、そうだ。
Oh, hey, that reminds me, I have
Doki no
something
mono ga
special
arimasu
with
yo.
me today. Karen gleefully whipped out a magazine.
ああ、祝女
Hey,
会の
that's
最
the
新
latest issue of Ladies' World.
父様が
Right
富
you
山から
are.
持
I
って
had
き
my
たの
father
に
pick up a
買ってき
copy
て
on
もら
his
ったの
way
よ。
back from Toyama.
へえ。
Wow, I'm
お父さんよく
surprised he
買ってきて
actually
くれた
bought
わ
that
ね。
thing, considering what's inside, I mean.
雑誌の名前しか伝
Which
えてい
is
ませんでしたか
exactly
ら。
why I only told him the name.
でも、
But
さす
yeah,
がに
it's
こ
still
こ
not
で
the
読む
kind of thing I'm comfortable reading out in the open.
私
Let's
の家行き
continue
ましょう。
this in my room.
そうね。
Sounds good. The girls scrounged together all the fabrics and hurried to Karen's room. Ladies' World was a magazine aimed at impressionable young women. It contained personal anecdotes, beauty tips, and articles on romance. The magazine even serialized spicy romance novels, complete with illustrations, which was exactly why young ladies couldn't exactly go around in public saying they were avid readers.
うわ、
Whoa. Meguri gasped when she saw an illustration of a man and a woman kissing. Oh, lewd. Couldn't be more lewd, right?
舌入れて
They're
るわ
sticking their tongues into each other's mouths, aren't they? You didn't appear the slightest bit phased.
およ しになって
Oh,
太
you
郎
must
様
seize this at once.
月が見ております
Master
よ
Taro, the moon has its eyes on us. Meguri and Yu snickered when Karen read off the pages, gesturing theatrically as though she were on stage.
ちょっとおひな
Hey, Ohina,
それやり
taking
す
this too far.
もっと色っぽくやら
Wasn't
なきゃ
very
ダメじゃない
convincing. Not erotic enough.
何
Oh,
よ
come on. It's
真
too
面目にやったら
embarrassing
恥
to
ずか
act
し
it
いも
out
の
for real.
私た
I
ちも
wonder if we'll ever
い
do
つか
this
は
stuff.
こういうことするのかな
誰と
With who?
そりゃ
Well, I mean, yeah, we'd
誰か相手がいない
need
と
the
あれ
right
だけど。
guys first, but, Meguri went red as a tomato.
ほらおまわりさんとか
You
さ
know, like that cop.
高山さんは
What, you
お
mean
まわり
this
さんの目線に
Takayama?
頼りなさそうだから
Yeah, he gets thumbs down from me. I feel like I could be a better police officer than him.
若い人は大抵町
Most
まで
people
働
leave
きに
to
出てる
work
か
in
ら
big cities once they're old enough, so there aren't exactly a lot of options here.
そりゃ若
Says the
女
girl
は
who's
さ
already
な
got
おちゃんがいる
now.
からいいんだろうけど
別に
Now has nothing to do with this. I don't know about now. He hasn't really given his opinion on who of the girls he prefers. He could be interested in the nurse as well. You hastily looked away.
そういえば
Oh, hey, speaking of now, I heard the Kuroi
東
has
京か
some
らお
guests
客
from
様が来てい
Tokyo.
るそうですよ
東京から
Wait,
わざわざ
seriously?
こんな僻地に
Who'd ever want to leave Tokyo for the boonies?
病気の
Well,
療養
supposedly
と
one
か
of them
おっ
is
しゃ
here
って
to
いましたけ
recuperate.
ど
They say she's a girl our
私
age.
たちと同じくらいの女の子らしいです
どんな子
What is she like exactly? Well, it's Chizuru, so pretty much a weirdo, right? You look back at her friends.
あーなおちゃんが取られそうで
Hey,
不安なの
worries she's gonna steal your precious now.
違うってば
Like I said, you have the wrong idea. You looked away once again.
ナナコさんに
Well,
聞いた
Nanako
分に
told
は
me she's
都
a
会
quiet
的
city
な
girl.
おとなしい子らしいですわよ
そうなんだ
Same.
若女将と似
Sounds
た感
like
じな
you,
のかな
doesn't it?
別に私
I'm not exactly a
都会
city
的じ
girl.
ゃないけど
Yeah, I guess you can't argue with that. And on top of that, I wouldn't exactly call her. I mean, I guess she's not a loud mouse, but she does say her opinion if the opportunity presents itself, right? You look down at the magazine as if to declare the conversation over.
それでねその子
So
と一緒
anyway,
に
you also heard
お兄さ
that
ん
she
も来て
came
い
with
る
her
そう
older
ですよ
brother.
やっぱり都会的なの
Does he seem similar to his sister?
メガネをかけていて
Nanako said he looks like a
素敵
smart,
な
bookish
印象
type,
とか
though that could
ナナ
just
コ
be the
さんは言ってま
glasses.
したね
へえ
Oh, yeah? Meguri also turned to the magazine as if that killed her interest.
異中の男子を振り向かせるための着こ
Styles
なし
to
方だって
crush your crush's competition. She read an article titled out loud.
襟元を下品にならぬ
By
よう
widening
少し
your
開
collar
き
subtly
う
enough
な
to
じを
show
見
off
せる
your
ことに
neck,
よって
yet
女の
not be
妖艶さを
lewd,
引き
you
出
will
す
draw out
美
your
人
womanly
だって
allure.
若
Think
女将
that'll help, young mistress?
なんで私が
Why, you're asking me?
大抵和服だし
Well,
ちょっ
you
と
usually
裸
wear
な方が色っ
Japanese
ぽいと思う
clothes, so
よ
I think you'd be sexier if you showed off a little skin. Meguri reached for Yu's collar. Hey, what? You shrieked when Meguri touched the scruff of her neck.
やめ
Stop it, Guriko.
嫌よ嫌よも好きなうちと
Oh,
いう
come on, we both know you
色
love
っ
it.
ぽい声出し
Why
ちゃっ
else would
て
you be making all those sexy noises?
何事ですか
What's going on in here? Yuka pushed the door open and raced inside. Wait, huh? However, she froze when she saw Meguri practically ravishing Yu, desecrating the latter's kimono.
あゆかさん
Oh, Yuka. Meguri got up, upon which Yu fixed her collar. what were you
何
doing?
してるんですか
Best not to ask. I'm just as lost, believe me. Karen shrugged.
あその
I brought you all some tea. Yuka retreated, but returned carrying a tray of teacups and a teapot before anyone had time to blink.
ゆかさんもどうぞ。
Join us, Miss Kirimura. Karen took out another floor cushion and set it on the ground beside her.
私は。
Oh no, I couldn't possibly.
遠慮しないで休憩してもいいんじ
No
ゃない
need to be shy, you can take a little break, can't you? Meguri took Yuka's hand and dragged her over.
そうです
I
か。
suppose. Alright, I'll take you up on that offer then.
失礼します。
Yuka sat down.
ゆかさんも読む？
Why don't you read with us? You handed Yuka the magazine.
は
Alright. Yuka casually flipped through the pages, only to freeze when she saw a certain illustration.
裸じゃないですか。
She's naked.
背中
Oh
が
wow,
大き
the
く
back
開いた
of
洋
that
服よ
dress
これ
shows off a ton of skin.
でもこんなハレンチなのは。
But isn't it wrong to be so indecent?
こういうのが今流
It's
行の
just
ファッションなの
what's
よ。
in style these days.
信じられません。
Believe it. Yuka frantically turned the page, hoping against hope to find something more modest.
ちゃんと健全なお話を読むべきですよ。
Should be reading something more wholesome.
健全。
Wholesome, huh?
ゆかさん
Hey,
その
Yuka,
ページを
try
読んでみ
reading that page. Jacking the beanstalk.
ちょ
What the?
あの。
What's it about?
なんだろうね
What indeed? Meguri smirked as she heard Karen's voice shoot up an octave.
知りません。
Well, I think it's an old English fairy tale about a boy and his magic beans.
それは朱印船。
No, that's Jack and the Beanstalk.
ゆかさんは知りたい
You wanna know, Yuka?
まあ。知らない
Yeah,
こと
well,
を
yes.
そのままにしておく
Makes
の
me
は
uncomfortable
ちょっ
when
と
I'm
モヤ
left in
モヤ
the
しま
dark.
すので。
だったらおひなに聞けばいいよ
Why don't we ask Oina? It sure sounds like she knows.
ちょっとグリコ。
Hey, what the hell,
私は
Guriko? Like I
グリの名
said,
前だと。
think it's an old English.
冗談だってば
Yeesh, I'm only yanking your chain. Meguri pounced on Karen, gleefully wrapping her arms around her like a ravenous boa constrictor. Good evening. Mata kite kurete arigato. It's just so much fun to tease you when you're all flustered like that. Seriously, it's adorable. Hey, keep your hands off the...
こういう
I
のを
believe they refer to people like her as an S.
この雑誌にも
See? It says so right here in this magazine. You flip through the magazine and show the page to Yuka.
そんなことしてな
Hey,
いで
cut that out
助けてくださ
and
い
save
よ
me from this whack job already. Well, they're up to no good, that's for sure. Chizuru trod across the fresh blanket of snow bequeathed by the previous night's snowfall. Her shoes crunched loudly with each step. She took deeply into the white mass, leaving footprints in her wake. She rarely ever got to savor that sensation in Tokyo. Chizuru turned around and raised her camera. Oh, that's a nice image. A glorious snowscape was consequently seared onto her film. She adjusted the camera's aperture and took another snapshot. This was her first time capturing a snowy landscape in film, so she hadn't quite picked up the ropes yet. In fact, she'd only just gotten this camera as a present from her brother before this trip. Still, she was having so much fun looking at the surrounding scenery through a lens that she took one photo after the next, such as the one of light reflecting of icicles dangling from the eaves of a thatched roof, or a tiny bird pecking at berries on a rowan tree that was covered in snow caps, or a white rabbit running across the snowfields. Hehe. You know what I think when I hear that that one scene there from ReZero where the where he gets killed by a rabbit. As soon as someone who'd been sickly for most of her life, Chizuru felt like she'd been reborn in this mountain settlement, abundant with clean air. She could never have experienced any of this in her hometown, leaden with skies, choking with smogs from the evolution of industry.
あれあの子
Hey, who's that? Chizuru heard the voice of a girl her age. She turned around to find two girls wearing school uniforms staring at her from a distance. Flustered, Chizuru bowed to them.
黒谷医院に来ている
Are
方
you
で
the
すか
girl staying at the Kuroya clinic? The pair approached her. Yes, my name's Chizuru Kuchiki.
前ヒンナにある
I'm Futami Yu. My grandmother runs the Futami Inn over in Maihina.
私は高宮めぐりよろし
And
くね
I'm Takamiya Meguri. Nice to meet you. Thanks, you too.
何を撮って
We're
いたの
taking
ですか
pictures just now, alright? What of?
風景です
Scenery. Never seen anything so beautiful before.
東京の方が綺麗だと思うけど
Personally,
な
I think Tokyo's
こんな
prettier.
とこ何もないでしょ
Got diddly squat out here.
グリコが言う
Definition of pretty solely relates to clothes, doesn't it?
まあそうだけど
Guilty as charged. Chizuru giggled at their back and forth.
写真を撮るんだったらこの
If
上
you're
の
looking
方
to
に
take
ある
photos,
神
I'd
社がい
say
いんじゃないか
the
な
shrine up those stairs is the perfect spot. Meguri pointed at the mountain.
神社ですか
There's a shrine there. Chizuru had seen the stairs and the shrine gate, but she'd yet to go up there herself.
結構由緒ある
It's
ものの
supposed to
よ
have
うで
quite the pedigree.
創建は
Apparently, it was
江戸時代
built
初期
over
になる
3
そうです
centuries ago.
そんなに昔
It's
からあ
that
るん
old?
ですかなんだっけ
Uh-huh.
高見
Say,
お
remind me
姫
why that
様
was
が流刑になったんだ
why
よ
that was
ね
again, young mistress? Something about an exiled princess, alright?
江戸時代初期の近畿
Something
内
like
で
that. I heard that when the anti-Christian edicts were established at the start of the Edo period, a feudal lord's daughter was exiled here for refusing to renounce Christianity. Oh, okay. Interesting.
歴史があるので
Sounds
す
like it
ね
has quite a history behind it.
3月3日には
Yeah, they're even
神社
holding
で
a
お祭りも
festival
する
there
の
on
よ
March 3rd.
ひな祭りですか
You mean a girls' festival?
ひな祭り
Not
と言えない
exactly.
こと
Our
はないけ
shrine
ど
worships a
少し違うの
deity known as Lord
神社
Hina.
ではひんな様というのを祀っているのよ
ヒンナ様を
Though
祀
more
っているのは
accurately, it's the Hinagami clan that
正確には
worships
ひな神
Lord
家だけど
Hina. You corrected Meguri.
でね
But you know, they also say Lord Hina is a vengeful god.
たたり神って言われてるのよ
Meguri's voice suddenly shrank to a whisper.
たたり
What do you mean?
ですかあまり
Well,
大きな
thing
にはで
is,
きない
while
こ
he
とら
never
しいけど
does it out in the open, Lord Hina has apparently haunted several people to death. Oh, I see. She said that, but the idea wasn't quite clicking for Chizuru.
この集落
The
のお年
elderly
寄
of
り
the
は
settlement
実
believe
際に会っ
in
た
it
こともあるらしくて
because
信
they've
じているみた
supposedly
いだ
gone
か
through
ら
it themselves.
私
We've
たち
never
は
seen
見
it
たことない
happen.
からね
でも悪いこ
But
とす
whenever I
る
do
と
something
ひんな
bad,
様が来
they
る
yell
ぞ
about
って
how
怒られ
Lord
たわよ
Hina is
私
gonna come for me.
それはグリ
And
コが
that's
いけな
simply
いこと
because you're
ばかりして
making
るからじゃ
trouble all
ない
the time.
そんなことないってば
You say
私が
that,
何かす
but
る
you're
と
almost
きって
always
相
with
手
me
を
whenever
怒
I
るってい
pull
るじゃん
something.
まあそうだけど
True enough, I suppose.
そのような神社を設置して
Lord Hina won't punish me for taking pictures of that shrine then, will he? Chizuru suddenly started to get nervous.
そのくらいで罰はないと思うけど
For something that
勝
petty?
手に
I
ひん
doubt
な
it.
様を作ったらダ
But
メ
I've
とは
heard
聞い
that
てる
you're
けど
not
ね
supposed to make a Lord Hina yourself. That's when he strikes.
本当に罰が当たるなら
Otherwise, now and Ito would have been punished for filching money from the offertory box.
そうだよね
Point taken. The pair laughed. Chizuru found herself smiling right alongside them. Though she'd been nervous about coming all the way to a strange land, the mountain was fortunately blessed with nice people.
千鶴
Chizuru? Fumiya's voice echoed in the distance.
兄さん
Oh, Fumiya.
お兄さん
Fumiya? See that brother of yours I heard so much about? Meguri turned in the direction of Fumiya's voice.
私を迎えに来たの
Yes,
です
he's
よね
come to take me back to the
あ
clinic.
の
Pardon me, but I must be going now.
え
Oh,
え
yeah.
また今度
Until next time, then. Chizuru bowed to the girls and turned around before Fumiya could reach them.
兄さん
Fumiya. She dashed right over to her brother.
千鶴
Chizuru,
そろそろ診療の時間だと
doctor said
先
it's
生が言
almost
っていた
time
よ
for your checkup. Yes, I know. After you,
帰り
Fumiya.
ましょう
Chizuru nuzzled up to Fumiya as the siblings made their way back to the Kuroya clinic. She secured her grip around his arm so she didn't trip in the snow.
兄さん
Fumiya?
なんだい
Yes, Chizuru.
後で
Can I take a
兄さん
picture
の
of
写真
you
を撮っても
later?
よろしいですか
僕なんかよりも
Oh, I'm
Welcome.
sure there are
Thanks,
things
Thanks,
far
Thanks.
more worthy of a photograph than me. But... Chizuru clung even tighter to him.
まあ好きにしたら
Still,
い
if
い
it's
よ
what you want, then I don't mind. It's up to you.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much. So the two huddled together until they reached the clinic.
最近調子はどうだい
How have you been feeling as of late?
空気
I
の
rarely
変
cough
化
or
で
get headaches
し
anymore.
咳やめ
The
まい
air
も
must be
ほとんどしてい
doing
ませ
wonders
ん
for me. Wonder how long they've... She already has been in the village at this point of the story. Kind of been too long, right? There might have been a time skip though between the last part and this one. But I mean, who knows, right? Yuzuru jotted something down.
夜は
Have you had any difficulty sleeping?
少し
No,
寒い
I
かも
do
しれな
think
い
it's
と思い
somewhat
ますけど
cold, but that hasn't proven to be a problem so far.
寒いようだったら
You're welcome to
押し
use
入
the
れに毛
spare
布がしまっ
blankets
て
in
あ
the
るから
closet if you
それ
need.
を使うといい
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much.
背中を
Let
見
me
せ
see
て
your back. Yuzuru donned the stethoscope as he gave those instructions.
はい
Okay. Yuzuru turned her back to Yuzuru and disrobed.
息を吸って
Now take a deep breath in,
止めて
and now. You better not be showing me any boobies now, because I'm not prepared for the censoring at the moment. Stethoscope pressed against her back. It was chilly. Still, she forced herself to grin and bear it. Eventually, the cold faded and was replaced by the warmth of Yuzuru's fingers. She could feel him tapping her back over and over.
じゃあ前を
Now, turn around.
はい
Okay. Chizuru recovered her breath as she faced Yuzuru.
息を止めて
Hold your breath. She did as she was told. Yuzuru placed the stethoscope against her chest. Chizuru had been well acquainted with this process for as long as she could remember. Back when she'd hit puberty, she'd bashfully refused to see a male doctors, but she'd quickly grown used to it. Hardly any doctors were sexually attracted to her patients. She'd learned from watching her father and his colleagues that doctors didn't have the time for that sort of thing. Yuzuru touched her bare skin. But even so, she was rather nervous about a new man touching her for the very first time.
力を抜いて
Relax. Okay. Chizuru slowly breathed out when asked.
不整脈や水が溜まっているという
Doesn't
こと
appear
も
like you have
No.
arrhythmia or a buildup of fluid. Yuzuru turned to his desk. Chizuru put her clothes back on in the meantime.
最近何か悩ん
Has
でいる
anything
ことは
been
ない
troubling you as of late? Huh? The unexpected question momentarily rendered her speechless.
いえ特に
No, nothing in particular.
何か言いにくい
If
こ
there's
とでもあ
anything
れ
you're
ば
uncomfortable
Sawashiro
discussing with me, then
君に相談するといい。
please feel free to take it up with Sawashiro.
はい
I
あ
will.
りがとうございます
Thank you very much. All Chizuru could do was nod, precisely because it was something she didn't dare tell anyone.
兄さん
Mia, That night, Chizuru addressed her brother as she sat on the bed.
なんだい
What is it?
汗を
Could you please wipe my sweat? Chizuru turned her back to him.
手ぬぐいを持ってくる
Oh,
よ
sure, I'll go grab a towel. I'll be, make sure that we don't get anything, indecent here and cover it up for a moment. Alright. I can't show that after all. Mia got up and left the room. You. Chizuru took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding so hard that she feared it'd burst. She took another deep breath to calm her nerves before baring her back, exposing her disproportionately mature breasts in the process. Chizuru wrapped her arms around them. You squished those masses of flesh and lewdly twisted them. So far you can't see anything yet, but her swollen breasts had grown damp. It was a nervous sweat. In actuality, the room wasn't hot enough to induce sweating. Yet her brother hadn't said a word about that. It wasn't long before Fumiya returned.
お湯をもらってきたよ
I brought some hot water too. Chizuru flipped her head back to find him carrying a steaming wash basin.
お願いします
Thank you. She swept all her hair past her shoulders and covered her breasts again.
じゃあ拭くよ
Alright, here we go. Okay. This is a bit lewd now, yeah. You don't actually see a lot, but it's yeah, you know. And with that, Fumiya pressed a warm towel against Chizuru's back. She was so nervous about the situation that she could hardly stand it. Thus, she gripped the hem of her yukata to stem her impulses.
熱いかい
Is it burning you?
それ
No,
は
not at all. Yeah, it is something. Even she could feel the heat rushing to her cheeks. And that was something she couldn't afford to let her brother see. Warm puffs escaped Chizuru's mouth every single time Fumiya ran the towel across her back. She sensed his hands moving away. Next, she heard him soaking the towel in the wash basin, all by the sound of water ringing out.
前は自分でやって
Need
く
to
れ
wash your front too, right? Take care of that yourself. Alright. Chizuru took the towel.
たらいを戻してくるよ
I put the basin back in its place. Mia rose to his feet. Chizuru watched out of the corner of her eye as he left. She glanced down. Clutched in her hands was the towel her brother had squeezed mere moments ago. Said towel still seeped with his warmth. She gently pressed it to her chest. Afterwards, she wiped her bare skin, slowly drawing circles with the towel. You're just supposed to wash yourself, not do lewd stuff, lady. She envisioned every movement from her fingers as coming from her brother's. Chizuru caressed her hot breasts. Oh my god. Can I even read this out? Her nipples were as hard as diamonds. You can't actually see anything right now, but you get the picture.
千鶴
Chizuru? Fumiya had returned. Oh, Fumiya. Even Chizuru knew her face was as scarlet as the sunset.
大丈夫か
Are
い
you alright?
どこか具合
You're
が
not feeling sick, are you?
いえ心配いり
No,
ま
I'm fine. You don't have to worry about that. She covered herself up, refolded the wrinkled towel, and wiped her face.
せんもう寝ましょうか
Why don't we just go to sleep, Fumiya?
ああ
Yeah, sounds good.
そうだね
They got in bed. Chizuru gripped the towel, her body still feeling wet, even though she just wiped away a sweat. The lights were out. Oh god, I think the Sweet Home Alabama scene is gonna come now in a second. The lights were out. Fumiya was slumbering soundly. Chizuru took a breath in the tiny bed. She still gripped the towel tightly. Fumiya's warmth had long since faded from it. But even so, he had touched it recently. Chizuru rolled it up in a tube and gently kissed it. She licked the tip. A salty taste of sweat washed over her tongue. Since the towel had been used to wipe her sweat, she was tasting her own fluids, of course. However, she didn't care about that at the moment. Imagining she was tasting her brother led to her licking it all over. Oh my god. What is happening here? She's lost herself in her fantasies, keeping her voice as low as possible. She wrapped her fingers around her brother's dick and lovingly guided into her mouth. Okay, I think this part we're just gonna skip over because, yeah, you know. Just imagine some Sweet Home Alabama going on right now.
Hours pass.
Okay, it's enough now, lady. You had your fun. Let us continue with the story.
More hours pass.
So, Kensei took Satsuki to the Kuroya clinic right when the sun was beginning to set over the mountain. Hello, it's good to see you again. Likewise. Yuzuru rose from his chair and exchanged greetings with Kensei. I take it you're here for a checkup today? Yes, quite right. Sawashiro, get me the chart. Yes, doctor. Nanako, who'd been on standby next to Yuzuru, passed him a blank medical chart. Name, Satsuki Shigusa works, I presume. Yes. Needless to say, Nanako found it quite odd that Kensei had answered on Satsuki's behalf. Oh wait, we need this sound back too, don't we? I just had to mute all that moaning there. She did. You've been feeling ill or unhealthy as of late? No, not particularly. Satsuki shook her head. Her face was lifeless as a doll's. Nanako had known about Shigusa Shrine's so-called guest, of course. However, this was their first time meeting face to face. The medical chart Yuzuru used was littered with blanks. Even the birth date and blood type, generally the first two entries to get filled in, had been left untouched. And yet, no one in the room apart from Nanako seemed to care. You wouldn't happen to have noticed anything yourself, would you, Kensei? Well, let me think. Kensei brought his hand to his chin. Actually, there are occasions every now and then where she'll say peculiar things. What do you mean? Like, for example, she'll act like she's talking to someone else, even though she's all alone in her room. Satsuki showed no reaction to Kensei's report, nor did she object to anything he said. You mean she has a habit of talking to herself? Lobotomy it is. It could have been a thing right back in the days. Perhaps, but most people don't speak like that, like they're having a conversation when they talk to themselves, do they? Yuzuru nodded and turned to face Satsuki. What's this conversation partner of yours like? I simply talk to myself. Yourself? Yes, who else could it possibly be? I'm the only one in the room, after all. Satsuki's response sounded rather brusque, almost as if absolutely none of this was any of her concern. Have you ever talked with anyone of the objects in your room?
あ、そうですね。
No. Oh, wait, actually, there is this
鏡が
mirror
見
in
え
my
ないんで
room.
す。
Now that I think about it.
その鏡に向かって
So, you
話
speak
を
to
し
the
ている
mirror?
のかい？
鏡を見なければ
Well, I
自分
can't
に
see
見えません。
myself unless I look into the mirror, so yes. I see. Yeah, you know, Kensei actually seems concerned about her, while this other lady there, Saya, she's a bit of a, well, a B word, I guess. Yuzuru scribbled loudly across the medical chart. He was also an accredited psychiatrist. Nanako had heard he'd been licensed back when he was Yuzuru Hinagami, before he'd married into the Kuroya family. Apparently his marriage had already been arranged by then, considering he'd been the youngest son of the Hinagamis, while the Kuroyas only had daughters. Yuzuru had noticed beforehand that it was more than internal and external ailments that afflicted the villagers. Mental illnesses had been on the rise as well. And indeed, there were more residents who came to the Kuroya clinic with mental health issues than previously. As such, she had now more soporifics and tranquilizers to help people in need than when he'd started out. Plus, since the region had Hinagami Pharmaceuticals as their benefactor, they still received a relatively steady supply of medicine, even in this era of scarcity. Many people create imaginary friends to talk to during their childhood. Sounds in line with the symptoms described. Yuzuru explained the situation to Kensei.
この年齢になっても続いていることは
Isn't it unusual for her to still have one of those at her age?
いえ、そうとも限りません。
Not necessarily, no.
過ぎまで持続
There
し
are
ていたと
accounts
いう
of people
報
in
告も
their
ありますから
20s who still possess one, though, honestly,
生活環
the
境の
living
改善が
environment may
必要かも
require
しれませんけれ
improvement.
ど。
そうですか。
I
そのため
see.
にうちで預かってい
That's
たん
why
で
she's
す
been
が
left in our care.
ああ、そう
Oh, I
ですね。
suppose that's true enough. An abrupt silence seized command over the room.
今は
Anyway,
栄
just
養を
please
よくと
make
っ
an
て
effort to eat and
よく
sleep
眠る
well.
よう努めてみてください。
Well, I mean, I guess it would be a start to, not lock her into a friggin' shed without windows.
はい。
Yes,
わかりました。
understood. Satsuki nodded.
沢城君、
Escort her out of
彼
here,
女を外へ。
Sawashiro. I need to have a
私
little
はもう
word with
少し
Kensei.
ケンセイさんと話をするから。
はい。
Yes,
わか
of
りました。
course. Right this way,
で
if you
は
will.
こちらへどうぞ。
Nanako let Satsuki out. She brought her over to the living room, since it would have been too cold outside, with sunset close at hand. No one else was there.
こちらへどうぞ。さつき
Please
さん
have a seat. Nanako quickly offered a chair to Satsuki.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Satsuki did as she was asked. Meanwhile, Nanako went to the kitchen and boiled some water.
番茶でいいかしら。
Would you like some tea?
お構いなく。
Oh yes, I'd love some. Nanako went to the kitchen to fetch a teapot and a teacup, only to discover stacks of dirty dishes piled up in the sink. Such slovenliness was perhaps inevitable when the only permanent residents of the building were free men. Thus, Nanako decided to do the dishes while waiting for the water to boil. Part of that was motivated by the fact that she had no idea what to discuss with Satsuki, for that girl was a guest. For many of the elderly in the settlement believed interacting with a guest without good cause taboo. Only members of the Hinagami and Shigusa families were allowed to speak to her directly. Though since the Kuroyas were doctors, they were one of the select few exceptions. However, Nanako's family hadn't moved to Hitogata until her father's generation, so that custom wasn't as steeped into their bones. Hence why Nanako had believed she could interact with this guest without as much bias, though now she was second-guessing herself. Just then the water finished boiling. Nanako turned off the gas and started arranging the teacups, only to feel something pinch her rear end.
七子くん
Could you pour me a cup too, Nanako? Lewd. Nanako jolted and turned to find Soa standing around as if nothing had happened.
先生。
Doctor.
最近眠れていないのか
Your butt's a bit saggy. Have you not been sleeping well these days?
垂れてなんていま
It's
せん
not saggy. That said, she couldn't deny the lack of sleep.
挨拶代わりにお尻を触るの
How
やめ
many
てくだ
times
さ
have I
いと
told you that
いつ
touching
も
my
言ってる
butt
で
is
しょ
not a
先生
substitute for saying hello?
わしはただ健康診断を
Just
して
giving
い
you a
るだけ
checkup,
だ
that's
よ
all. So didn't sound the least bit ashamed of himself.
お客様も来ているん
Even
です
have
から
company.
お客がいなければ触り放題か
Oh,
ね
does that mean I can touch it all I want when the house is guest free?
先生のお茶だ
See.
け
What
グラ
you're
グ
telling
ラ
me
渡
is
し
that
た
you
ま
want
ま
me
の
to
お湯
serve
使い
your
ます
tea
から
scalding hot, correct?
いやそれは勘弁
Mercy,
やけどした
please.
した女
Unless
の
you
子
plan
が
on
看護
nursing
し
my
てくれる
burned
という
tongue.
なら別
In
だ
which
が
case, scald away. Damn this guy. What a lust machine, huh? So joked around as he sat across from Satsuki.
お主がさつきちゃんか
Are you Satsuki?
お世話になっております
Yes, a pleasure to meet you. Satsuki bowed her head.
孫か
My
ら話
grandson's
は聞い
told
て
me
お
all
る
about you. I must admit.
思ったより
You're
も
quieter than I
おとなしい
expected.
娘だの
緊張しているんじ
Oh,
ゃあ
I'm
りま
sure
せん
she's
か
just scared that a certain doctor may try giving her a butt squeeze. Nanako interjected as she poured some tea into the cups.
わしの触診は七子くんにしか
My
聞かねえよ
palpitations only work for you, Nanako.
私に
Your
も聞いている
dreams,
とは思
doctor.
いませんけど
Here you go, your tea's ready.
はい
She set a teacup before Satsuki.
ありがとうござい
Ah,
ま
much appreciated.
す少し
It's
暑
a
い
little
か
hot
もしれ
though,
ないから
so take
や
care
け
not
ど
to
しない
burn
ように
yourself.
気をつけてねはい
I will, thank you. Nanako served so another cup before returning to the kitchen. Satsuki hadn't been acting the least bit strange. During the checkup, Yuzuru had mentioned an imaginary friend. While Nanako wasn't exactly well versed in psychiatry, she at least knew that was a symptom of schizophrenia. But seeing Satsuki blowing on her tea to cool it down at that moment made her look like just any other girl her age. Though Nanako obviously couldn't tell if she was being genuine or if it was all an act. Just then, Yuzuru and Kensei filed into the living room.
さつきさん帰りますよ
Let's get going, Satsuki.
はいわかり
Understood.
ました
Satsuki set down her tea, rose to her feet, and bowed to Nanako.
お茶どうもありがとうございま
Thank
し
you
た
very much for the tea.
それでは
Alas, I must be
失礼
going
いた
now.
しますえお大事に
You're welcome. Take good care of yourself. Satsuki and Kensei left.
沢城くん私に
Could
も
I get some
お茶を
tea as
くれない
well,
か
Sawashiro? Oh, yes, of course. Nanako returned to the kitchen and brewed some more.
お二人ともお台所の
Incidentally,
片
could
付
you,
けは
the two of
き
you
ちんとしてく
please
ださい
take some
ね
time to clean that pigsty of a kitchen?
いやー冬だと
Sorry, I just
虫が
left all that
心
stuff
配も
out
ないから
since we don't have
つ
to
いつ
worry
い
about
放って
bugs
お
in
い
the
てしまうん
winter.
だよな
So scratched his head.
今日の
Wasn't
当番
Naori
は
on dishwashing
直り
duty
じゃ
today?
なかったかな
今日一日
That
の量じゃ
wasn't
あり
just
ません
a
よ
day's worth of dirty dishes. Nanako rolled her eyes.
七子く
You
ん
know,
が
you'd
嫁
make a
に来て
great
くれ
wife.
ればの
For me.
わしの
お父さん
Father, I swear. Yuzuru sounded absolutely done with so.
大丈夫ですよ
Don't worry, I wouldn't
そんな
mind.
つも
I
りも
wouldn't
ありま
marry
せん
him
からね
even if he was the last man on earth. Nanako laughed.
厳しいの
You're breaking my heart, Nanako. So laughed as well. Nanako didn't need to marry into the family to already feel like a part of them. That was why she was content with leaving things as they were. After all, these people were the only ones she could consider family.
ふみやくん
Oh,
も
Fumiya,
お
would
茶
you
入れ
like some tea as well? It was right then that Fumiya joined them.
はいお願いし
Oh
ます
yes, thank you very much.
君もお
You're
医者
working
さ
to
んに
become
な
a
ろうとして
doctor
い
too,
るの
right? Nanako served Fumiya some tea.
ええ父の後を
Yes,
継
I'm
い
currently
で
studying to be a
外科医になろうと
surgeon
思
in
って
hopes of following in my
今は
father's
勉強中で
footsteps.
す
My, such
それは
laudable
立派な心がけだ
aspiration.
な
We're
うち
a
は
rural
田舎の病
clinic,
院だと
yet
いう
all
の
we've
に
got going for us is
精神医学だ
psychiatry
な
or
んだと
whatever.
いうのしかおらんからな
So, shot Yuzuru a look.
だから僕だって
Father, I've already
他の
told you
分野
that
も
I've
学び直
brushed
した
up
じ
on
ゃない
other
ですか
medical fields as well.
治りもそっちの方に行きた
Yeah,
が
well,
っ
it
ている
seems
ようだ
now
し
he's trying to follow your
わしも
example.
まだまだ
Guess
延
that
長
means
はできそうに
retirement's
ない
still a
な
long ways off from me. So chuckled.
ふみやくんも
Good luck with your
勉強頑張って
studies,
ね
Fumiya.
はい
Thank
あ
you.
りがとうございます
Yeah. I don't know how things are over there these days with mental health, but it seems like you know, they're still not quite at the same stage as some Western nations. But you know, that's just what I hear, so I can't confirm or deny that. So Nanako thought Fumiya sounded rather candid, despite being the same age as Naori. Naori seemed more far-sighted, like he was a rebel or trying to push himself. On the other hand, Fumiya was more like a typical boy's age.
兄さん
Fumiya. Chizuru emerged from her room just then.
どうしたんだい千鶴
Something the matter, Chizuru? Fumiya put his chat with Nanako on hold and turned to his sister.
来てください
Come with me, please. Chizuru approached Fumiya, grabbed his arm, and dragged him away, glaring at Nanako all the while. Oh, she's jealous, huh?
嫉妬されてるのか
Was
し
she
ら
jealous? Nanako quietly wondered aloud. Oh, it's not like I was flirting with Fumiya or anything. Well, those two have a very close relationship, so you know. Naori and Ayato were walking home from school together.
そうだなおちゃん
Hold on a second now. I almost forgot. Ayato stopped and took a book out of his bag.
借りてたこの本
Finished
返すわ
that book you lent me.
どうだった
How was it?
僕には難しかった
Bit too esoteric for my taste. Ayato didn't pull any punches.
絵のモチーフにしたかった
You
んだ
wanted
ろ
to use it as a theme for your drawings, right? The book in question was Goethe's Faust.
まあこの
Though
本をモチ
personally,
ー
I
フに
get
したら
feeling that your work would take an extremely sordid turn if you based anything of that book.
もう少しわかりやすい本の方が
Maybe
良かった
something less dense would have been a better read.
わかりやすいと言
Say
って
that,
も
but all stuff with religious themes is more or less
宗教
just
画み
as
たいなのなん
dense.
てよくわからないのばかりだろ
There was this one game that was actually sort of based on Goethe's Faust. I remember what... I can't remember what it was. Oh, well, whatever. I'll have to wait then. You say that? Oh, yeah.
うーん
But I don't really need to draw something religious per se.
何か別の素
Just
材が
want
欲
some
しい
new
んだよ
material, that's all.
だったら
How
民話
about
とかでもいいの
folklore
か
then? Should be
この
plenty
辺
of
だ
that
ったら
around
たく
these
さんその
parts.
話はあるだろ
そうい
I
う
don't
の
know
は
about that. I had to start mumbling.
家の人に
Sure, the
聞けば
people in your
いくら
family
で
have
も
all
話を
kinds of
集めら
tales
れ
to
るんじゃない
share.
のか
だから嫌
It's
なんだよ
exactly the problem. How do I
なん
put
てい
it?
うかな
It'll just
ご
turn
先
into
祖がどう
stories
の
of
って
my
話になる
ancestors.
から
Hinagami
Hinagami ancestors, huh? They were retainers of the Maeda samurai clan one day.
家臣の
More
家臣
like
く
the
らいじゃな
retainers
かっ
of
た
their retainers.
師範に仕えていたら
Apparently,
し
they
いから
served a sub thief.
その辺
In
の
any
逸話
case,
といえば
I guess the most
Yeah,
famous
buddy.
anecdote of your
Hina-sama.
family would be Lord Hina, huh?
詳しくは知
I
らないけどね
guess. Honestly, though, I don't
僕
really
が
know
その
much
あたりの
about
こと
him
を教えて
myself,
もらえるのは
and I doubt they'll give me any
正式に家を継ぐ
details
こと
until
が
after
決
my
まったからじゃないの？
succession of the family has been set in stone.
そういや
Sing of
う
it.
ちの親父
My
も
old man said he wasn't told a lot about the Hinagami clan or Lord Hina either. Then again, perhaps that was because Yuzuru had never been poised to inherit the Hinagami family, since he was the younger son.
ところでさなおちゃん
By the way, now they found Ayato looking up at him.
なんだ
What's up?
そろそろ祭りがある
It's
だろ
almost time for the festival,
今
right?
回は巫女が現
My
れると
grandfather
じい
says
さ
the
んが
Oracle
話して
will
い
be
た
making an appearance this time.
おう
Yeah, I heard the
So-
same thing.
巫女ってやっぱり
It's Sachan, isn't it?
さっ
The
ちゃん
Oracle, I mean.
俺にはわから
Couldn't
ない
say.
そもそ
Sachan's
も
a
さっちゃんは
guest
外
from
か
the
ら
outside world,
お
right?
客様なんだろ
But I hear that the Oracle is supposed to be purifying herself in Hitogata,
みそぎをし
just
てい
as
る
she
ら
always
しいから
has and always will.
そうらしいけどさ
Yeah, but still. Ayato didn't sound convinced.
そんなに気になるんだったら
Well then,
直接
why not
聞い
ask
てみ
her
ればいいだ
yourself
ろ
if you're so
そ
curious?
こにいるんだし
She's right there.
Huh?
Huh? Ayato turned away and Naori pointed to find Satsuki standing at the foot of the stairs to Shikusa Shrine, clad in a beautiful kimono. Oh,
こんにちは。
hello. Satsuki bowed to them.
や
Hey there.
リヒトが
I
何か
think
君に
Rita
話
wanted to
がある
ask
そう
you
ですよ
something. Naori gestured towards his friend.
なんでしょうか。
Oh, what is it? Satsuki cocked her head curiously for a moment.
いや、そんなに
Oh,
大した
nothing.
話でもないし
It's、no big deal.
僕は別に。
Really, and I'm not. Ayato shrank back.
別に躊躇する
Come
よ
on,
うな
what do
内
you have
容で
to
もないだ
lose?
ろ
It's not like you're asking her if she's a
世間話だよ。
crazy axe murderer. That would be interesting. Naori gave Ayato a literal nudge in the back, forcing him in front of Satsuki.
何ですか。
What is it?
あ、
Oh, well, I heard a
君が
rumor that
ニ
you
コじゃ
may
ない
be
か
the
って噂
oracle.
が出てた。
Nao was the one who
言っ
suggested
て
it,
たのはナ
though.
オちゃんだけど。
俺は言ってないだろ
Hey, I did no such thing. Naori playfully flicked Ayato in the head.
私がミコ。
They say I am the oracle?
ただの噂だよ。
Hold on,
今
don't
まで
get
だ
the
って
wrong
誰も
idea.
ミ
It's
コの
just a
本当の
rumor,
姿を見
okay?
たことがある人はいないって
No
話だ
one's
し。
ever seen the oracle before, so well.
祭りとかには仮
The
面
thing
を
is,
かぶ
she
って
always wears a mask during the festival,
俺たちが物
though
事を
Saya
つ
has
いてたのは
supposedly been
ずっとサヤ
substituting
さん
for
が
the oracle
あえ
since.
てやっていたらしい
Well, heck, as long as we can remember.
は
I see. Satsuki seemed lost. A little surprised considering she wasn't a Hitogata native.
あ。お祭りとは
What precisely do they
一体
do
どのよ
at
う
the
なことをするん
festival?
ですか。
そうだな
Well, main attraction is a ceremonial dance they dedicate to Lord Hina.
な
It's the whole reason the festival is held in the first place. Naori turned to Ayato for confirmation. Inagami would likely have known more about it after all.
あと、小さいけれど
They
神社の
also
境
have
内に露店も並ぶん
stalls
だよ。
selling things at the
リンゴ
shrine,
飴やおは
like
ぎもあるん
candied
だ。
apples and sweet rice balls.
それは祭りの目
Maybe
的じゃなくて
picking out is what you get out of it,
お前の目的
Rito.
だろ？
But that's not what the festival's about.
楽しそうですね。
Sounds like fun. Satsuki smiled.
集落で唯一
Kind
の
of
行
has
事
to
と
be
言って
when
もお
it's
かしくないから
literally the
ね
settlement's one and
もと
only
もと
big
娯楽の
event of
少
the
ない
year.
ところだし
We never exactly had much in the way of entertainment here after all.
さっちゃんももちろん見に来るだろ。
You'll be coming too, won't you, Sachan?
私ですか。
Huh? Me?
祭りは3月の
Yeah,
3
you'll be
日だから。
here. You'll still be
それまで
here
は
on
ここ
March
にいるん
3rd,
だ。
right?
ええ。
Yes, most likely. Never attended the
お祭りなんて
festival
見たことが
before
ない
though,
から
so
楽しみには
I'm
している
excited
ん
to
です
see
が
what it has to offer.
一緒に見に行け
Be
るといい
nice if
ね。
we could go together, wouldn't it?
ええ。
Yes, it certainly
そう
would.
ですね。
Satsuki bashfully nodded. Oh, is there something going on there? I mean, we know that he is interested in her, but we never really got that impression from her. Except that she, I guess, said once that he's interesting. It had begun snowing by the time Satsuki returned to the shrine. Apparently, these grounds would be packed with stalls on the day of the festival. Satsuki didn't know if she'd get the chance to see it for herself, and so all she could do for now was imagine them.
でも。
Oh, no, still, I've never been to a festival before. Satsuki sighed. The place she'd come from was divorced from festivals altogether. Plus, she'd been forbidden from ever attending such revelries.
見たことがなくても
Even
想
so,
像することならできるん
can't you
で
still
は。
picture one? She answered herself with those words. It almost sounded like she was having a conversation.
わからない。
Not sure.
露店とは
What even
何？
is a stall?
お店な
Some
のかし
sort
ら。
of shop, perhaps?
お
I
は
think
ぎ
he
ある
mentioned
って
they sold
言って
sweet
いた
rice
し。
balls. She recalled what Ayato had told her, and also how he had invited her to the festival. Satsuki had been genuinely thrilled by his offer. However,
私。お
can
祭
I
り
even
に
make
行ける
it? She couldn't answer that question.
かな。さつきさん。
Satsuki. Instead, all she got was the sound of Saya calling for her.
ただいま戻りました。
I've made my return. Satsuki bowed to Saya.
お帰りな
We'll
さい。
come back. Taking
何もあ
nothing
りません
happened.
でしたか。はい。
Nope. Satsuki's reply was curt. She didn't mention her encounter with Ayato and Naori.
今日は舞のお稽古を
You
し
have
ます
dance
から
practice today.
後ほど
Come
私
to
の
my
部屋へ
room
いらっしゃいませ。はい、わ
Understood.
かりました。
And with that, Satsuki bowed and strolled toward the shrine office. She passed right by it and made her way to the backyard. Up ahead was the storehouse Satsuki had been provided, separate from the rest of the compound. She unlocked the door and stepped right in. Well, I guess at least she's allowed to leave it. But still, it seems so much like a prison, this Sig. The storeroom was dark, even in the daytime. I'm back.
ただいま。
She closed the door with those words. Dinner had already been left on the tatami floor. However, Satsuki approached the mirror first. I'm back.
ただいま。
She faced the mirror and repeated to herself.
おかえりなさい。
Come back. Satsuki's mouse moved. How was
今日は
today?
どうでしたか？
Yeah, it is kind of weird that they were, what they said earlier at the doctor's office, right? That it doesn't, even if you talk to yourself, it isn't usually a conversation like that, but I mean, she is in front of the mirror, so. Another question was asked. I heard about the
お祭
festival.
りのことを聞いたの。
The
お
festival?
祭り？ええ、
Yes. The Hito
リヒト
told
さん
me
が
about
教
all
えてくれ
about
た
it.
の。そう。
Doesn't it sound like this is two different voice actresses there? Maybe not. It could be. The Satsuki in the mirror nodded. You'd best be eating that before it gets cold.
ええ、
Yes.
そうね。
I suppose you're right. She stepped away from the mirror and seated herself on a straw floor cushion. Within there was boiled barley and dried sardines, along with miso soup filled with taro meat and radish. There also appeared to be some rice mixed in with the barley. Waste not,
いただ
want
き
not.
ます。
That's also a way to translate itadakimasu, right? She clasped her hands and said a short prayer. The custom had been drilled into her ever since she was a child. With that concluded, she picked up her chopsticks and had dinner. The food had gone mostly cold, probably because it had been sitting on its tray for a little while. Still, she sated her hunger, feeling grateful that she'd been graced with a meal at all. Thank you for this
ごちそうさま
bounty.
でした。
She offered another prayer of gratitude after polishing off her miso soup. Must be going now.
舞のお稽古があり
I
ます
have
ので。
dance practice. In reality, she's training to become an idol. Nah, probably not, but you know. She proclaimed as such while stacking the bowls and serving tray. Yes, I know.
ええ、存じております。
Alright. Satsuki left the storehouse. Though the backyard was buried in snow, the path to the shrine of office was dimly lit all the same. She carried the tray as she hurried on over there. Once inside, she left the tray in the kitchen and went to Saya's room as she'd been instructed.
ようこそさつきさん
Welcome, Satsuki. Satsuki kneeled before Saya.
お待たせいたしました
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
それで
Now
は
that
始
you're
めま
here,
しょうか
let's get right to it, shall we? Saya rose to her feet.
足運びは
Have
覚
you
えま
memorized
した
the
か
steps?
はい
Yes, at least
一応は
I believe so.
まだ時間はある
Still
のですから
time, so don't try to
焦ら
rush
ずゆっ
it.
くりと覚えていきま
Memorize
しょ
the
う
dance at your own pace. Saya smiled and began slowly going through the steps that formed the basis of the dance.
前へ
Forward,
後ろへ
back. Actually seemed kind of the first nice thing we heard of her. Maybe she's just very strict, but actually nice. I don't know. Can't exactly remember what her part in all of this was, but even if I did, I probably wouldn't tell you already. Anyways, her feet moved in concert with her own voice.
回って
Twirl, crouch. Saya's motions were smooth and elegant. Satsuki sat absolutely still, watching Saya closely. Couldn't move that gracefully quite yet. Thus she took great care to sear each and every last one of Saya's actions into her brain.
ではさつき
It's
さん
your turn now, Satsuki.
はい
Alright. Satsuki rose to her feet.
前へ
Forward, back.
後ろ
Oh, it's a nice image, that one, isn't it? Satsuki danced to the tune of Saya's instructions.
回って
Twirl.
そう
Good, now
そして
crouch.
かがむ
So as to faithfully reproduce the dance,
状態はそ
keep
のま
your
ま
upper body in that posture.
はい
Right.
顔を横
Now
に
turn your face to the
そして
side
回る
and twirl. Satsuki spun around on one leg.
足先はまっすぐ
Keep your toes straight.
指で円を描く
Draw
よ
a
う
circle
に
with your fingers. Saya coached her every now and then. You know what this reminds me of? This bloody mini game in Yakuza Ishin where you have to do the sing with the fan. Yeah, it's very hard, this one. Because it's so fast. You have to basically press on two sides at once. And if you want to complete the all the trophies in this game, this is something you have to complete fully. But yeah, you get the picture, right? But some of the music slaps in that mini game, so it's worth it for that at least. Oh yeah, anyways, Saya coached her every now and then.
手を前に出して
Hold your hands out
肘を
straight.
曲げずに
Don't bend your elbows. She stood up and circled behind Satsuki.
ここから
Now
が
raise your arm. Yes, just like that.
そう
Saya took Satsuki's arm and held it above her head.
指先はまっすぐ伸ばし
Stretch your fingers so they're as straight as arrows. Saya's hand overlapped Satsuki's.
そう
Yes, don't bend your
腰は
hips.
曲げずに
She whispered right into Satsuki's ear.
そのままゆっ
Now
く
slowly
りと
prostrate yourself, just like that. Saya bent over Satsuki.
これでま
There, done.
は
Right.
あはい
She then lifted Satsuki right up off the floor.
もう一度初めから行きましょう
Take it from the top.
わかりました
Yes, ma'am. Saya moved back to a corner of the room and sat down.
では
Begin.
Mae.
Forward. Back.
後ろへ
Satsuki moved to the beat of Saya's voice once more. The candle flickered, casting her shadow onto the sliding door. Satsuki continued her dance practice, as if showing off her skills to the shadow she perceived as her other self. Alright. February had arrived. You know what also has arrived? My drinking break, because my god. The closer March got, the more occupied the villagers grew with preparing for the coming festival. Houses were decorated with a variety of religious objects, while sacred sake, which was to be offered as tribute, was imported from the outside. Nanako watched all this and more with a hint of disillusionment. The elderly who'd lived their whole lives in this village geared up for the festival with face unwavering. Even patients at the clinic couldn't hide their excitement about the return of the Oracle after so many years. Nanako couldn't help but wonder what it would all come to. If the Divine really did have a blessing to grant, she wished it'd be a use to put an immediate end to all the strife that had taken the nation by storm. Especially considering how the war with China had led to not only a shortage of goods, but also the gradual theft of the populace's liberties. Though that said, Nanako knew a local god couldn't possibly have that kind of power. Then again, perhaps the fact that no one from the settlement had been conscripted into the army was blessing enough. I'm back. Nanako set bread from the settlement's sole general store atop the table. Naori, So, and Fumiya were all in the living room. Thanks, you're always such a sweetheart, Nanako. Promise not to say that anymore, remember? Nanako dodged So's attempted groping and parked herself in a chair. Never seen people so enthusiastic about the festival before. Well, it figures since it's the first time in ages that the Oracle will be performing her dance. So explained as he sliced up a bread roll. When was the Oracle's last appearance? About 20 years ago, I believe. So looked up at the ceiling as if staring back in time. What exactly happens at this festival, if I may? Not much. We just watch a sacred dance offered to our local god. Oh, and the villagers set up stalls. That's about it. I don't get why they have to do it in the winter, though. Time it alongside the Gulls Festival. Is there a connection between the two? Gulls Festival is known as the Hina Festival, which coincides with Lord Hina. So explained to Fumiya. But isn't Lord Hina the Hinagami's guardian deity? Correct. It appears to be rooted in the ancient belief that the Maya's prosperity, Maya Hinagami, that is, equated to the village's growth, a notion that still holds true to this day, wouldn't you say? That makes sense. Nanako nodded. This tiny little settlement would blink out of existence were it not for the profits Hinagami Pharmaceuticals brought in. Yeah, that aspect of Hitogata was precisely why no one could even begin to fathom just how blessed they were to have the Hinagamis protecting the settlement. Also, normally most shrines have a maiden, but this one has an oracle? What's the difference? Not much, really. The oracle is Lord Hina's agent. Some shrines have maidens who can channel their gods, right? Well, it's a similar concept. Oh, well, I see. Maybe well versed in medicine, but Shintoism is outside my field of expertise. I've simply told you what I've heard from others. Sorry to say. So chuckled. They also say there's a curse involved. A curse? Well, yes. Suppose the stories mention that as well. So abruptly took a turn for the reticent. Is that how you pronounce it? I think so.
Reticent.
Yeah, Something like that. Reticent.
ま、普通に生
Though
活しておれ
honestly, you
ば
have
関
nothing
係
to
のない
fear,
ことだよ。
so as long as you live a life of virtue.
何かたたられ
Is
る
there
理由
anything
ってのはあ
specific
る
that
のか
invokes the curse? Naori continued pursuing that line of inquiry.
ヒンナ様を正
They
式
say
な
you
方
will
法
be
にのっ
blessed
と
if
っ
you
て
worship
祀
Lord
れば
Hina
幸
the
福が
proper
訪
way,
れ
while
間
disaster
違
will
った方
befall
法で
those
祀れ
who
ば
do so
災いが降
incorrectly.
りかかると言われているな
Man, that guy can be glad if he gets worshipped at all, I'd say. Yuzuru emerged from the examination room at that exact moment.
その言い伝えから
People embellished the disaster part of the legend into a full-blown curse
ナタ
over
リ
the
を起こすと言
centuries.
われるようになったんだよ
Chizuru filed into the room right after Yuzuru.
千鶴さん
Something the matter,
どうしたの
Chizuru? The girl appeared from rather pale.
少し
I'm not feeling very well.
睡眠導入剤を飲ませ
Gave
て
her
から
some sleeping pills, so she should rest in her room for the time being.
わかりました
Understood.
あ、僕が連れて行き
Oh,
ます
I'll take her upstairs then. Mia rose to his feet.
よろしくお
Thank you,
願
that'd
い
be a
す
big
る
help. No more Sweet Home Alabama today, please. The boy wrapped his arm around his sister and held her close as they promptly exited the living room.
千鶴さんには
Yuzuru may
精
require
神的な治療
psychological
も
treatment
必
as
要か
well.
もしれませんね
Yuzuru waited until the Kuchiki siblings were out of earshot before delivering his conclusion.
悪いのか
Is she doing that poorly?
不眠症の症状
It
が
appears
ま
she's
だ
still
続いているよう
suffering
です
from insomnia, which consequently is a negative
体にも
influence
負
on
担
her
が来ている
physical
ように
health.
思います
そちらの方は
Let you handle that,
に任せる
Yuzuru.
よ
It is your field of expertise, after all.
え
I'll see to it.
え沢城君
Oh,
も
and
彼女
Sawashiro,
の様
keep
子
an
を
eye on
見て
her
おいて
while you're at it.
分かっています
Yes, Doctor. Nanako agreed despite knowing Shizuru most likely wasn't very fond of her. Yeah. For reasons. Satsuki strolled down the path to the shrine. After making sure no one was watching, she stepped over a sacred rope, cordoning off a branching path. Up ahead was forbidden holy ground. Satsuki traveled down the narrow path through the grove of Shigusa Shrine. Oh, is this the place where the murder took place in the flashback scene that we saw earlier? We didn't really know who did it and who exactly witnessed it, but there was something like that. Shortly thereafter, she happened upon a cave. The entrance was also adorned with sacred rope. This was Kakureina, the most remote part of the settlement. But although it had taken a little trek some ways up the mountain to reach, this place wasn't Satsuki's ultimate destination. No, that would be down the brook, not too far over. Though it didn't house much water, not even winter's chill had frozen that back. Satsuki descended into the dale and followed the brook downstream. The snow on the banks had melted, exposing all the stones along the way, and making the terrain far easier to traverse than it initially appeared. Regardless, Satsuki still trod carefully so as not to trip into the water. This was a sacred path Satsuki had found, a place of her own. A secret, not sacred. She looked up at the sky as she continued her little excursion. The trees in the shrine grove were utterly bereft of leaves at the moment, allowing her to see relatively far ahead. Eventually, she spotted a familiar building downstream. You. Satsuki took a deep breath when she reached the secret base. Her calves ached, unsurprisingly. She found this pass on a hunch after she was first brought to the secret base, but perhaps it would have been faster to simply take the shrine staircase like a normal person. Her legs were screaming. Just as she was about to enter the secret base, she spotted Ayato in the direction directly opposite on the one she'd come from. Oh. He's here. Overjoyed by the mere sight of Ayato, Satsuki nearly ran to him, only to stop. Oh, he's painting, huh? was because of his face. Ayato was staring intently at something with razor-sharp focus. A small sketchbook was clutched in his hand. Seems also like a reoccurring theme throughout most of the game's art, right? He was drawing something. Curious, Satsuki tried to find what he was looking at, yet only saw a snowfield. A second later, the snow shifted ever so slightly. Tiny black eyes were restlessly studying their surroundings. Oh, they belonged to what was quite literally a snow-white bird. The bird pecked at tree roots, the snow itself, with its tiny beak. Satsuki didn't dare move even a muscle. She was worried that even the slightest of twitches would startle the bird. And though she wished to ask Ayato what the bird was called, she couldn't even hail him. Thus she hid partially behind the secret base as she cautiously observed the pair. It seemed Ayato was sketching the bird. His eyes and fingers were all that moved. The latter looked firmly around his pencil. And so Satsuki followed his lead and watched the two of them forgetting to even breathe. Suddenly the bird raised its head. Oh. Spread its tiny wings just a second later. Afterward it kicked off the ground and took flight, soaring into the sky. Ayato's countenance warped with disappointment.
Rihito-san.
Rihito. With that, Satsuki was finally free to speak.
Sacho.
Oh, Sachan. Ayato strolled on over once he finally noticed her.
今の鳥、なんという
What
名
was
前
that
ですか
bird called? Satsuki voiced a question that weighed most heavily on her mind.
ああ、ライチョウだよ。
Oh,
普
that
段
was
は
a
もっと
rock,
高い山にいるんだけど、この辺りまで降りてきたみた
I
いでさ。
think. They normally live in
珍しいから
tall
デッサンしてい
mountains,
た
so
んだ。
when I saw one out here, I figured I should sketch it. Didn't know when I'd get another chance, if ever.
そうなんですか。
Same. Was a pretty bird,
綺麗
wasn't
な
it?
鳥でしたね。
白いのは
Yeah,
冬
though
だ
it
け
was
だから
only
ね。
white because of the
夏は
winter.
もっと黒っぽくなる
They're a
よ。
lot darker in the summer.
へえ。
Oh, I never would have guessed.
絵を見せてもらって
Would
も
you
よろ
mind
しいで
showing
す
me
か
your sketch? Oh, but only if it's alright with you, of course.
まだ途中だけど。
It's not finished,
いいよ。
but sure, here. I had to hand it over his sketchbook.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. He appeared to have done a good job capturing the bird's features. Its round body and beady eyes were particularly stunning.
すごい。綺麗
Amazing.
です。
It's so beautiful.
そう。
You really think so? I had to scratch his nose and bashfully looked away.
はい。だって少しの時間
Of
で。
course, after all, drawing so much in such a short time is no trifling feat.
昔から絵を描くのが好
Drawing's
き
been
だ
a
った。
hobby since I was a kid, so I've had lots of practice, that's all.
あの、
I mean, that makes all the difference, right?
もらってもいいですか？
By the way, can I have this?
ダメ。
Nope.
まだ途中だ
Rather
から。
not give it away when it's still a work in
中途半端なまま
progress.
で
I
渡し
can't
たくな
turn
い。
in something incomplete.
そうですか。
Same.
もう一度ライチョウを見
That's
て。
it. I'll give it to you if I find that bird again and finish it. However, Ayato's kind words washed her dismay away.
本当です
You
か？
truly mean that?
嘘ついても
Why
仕
would
方
I
な
ever
いし。
lie about something like this?
じゃあ約束ですよ。
True, but you better keep your word, alright? Well, there was one, well, it wasn't quite incest scene, but, you know, there was this, girl who pleasured herself to her brother, which, of course, I censored like a good Christian boy, but it happened, you know? Satsuki glowed. Since she had almost no personal possessions, she was sure she'd treasure that drawing for as long as she lived.
じゃあ早くライチョウを見つけないといけません
I
ね。
suppose we'd better find that bird soon then.
ここにいたのだって珍しい
It's
ん
not
だ
gonna be
し
that easy.
そう簡単
Like
に
I
は
said,
見
they
つからない
rarely
よ。
come down here. Satsuki stared off into the snowfield as she felt her spirits drop. Chizuru felt heavy as lead. She could tell that was due to the medicine she'd just taken, though. I mean, he's not particularly hot. He just looks like a nerd. Fumiya helped her get back to their room, his arm wrapped snugly around her. And the fact that they're both in the bedroom again makes me worried a little bit. His warmth inflamed her senses.
大丈夫かい千鶴
Are you alright, Chizuru? Yes. Fumiya studied her face with evident concern. Chizuru laid herself down on the bed.
ありがとうございます
Thank you, Fumiya. She stared up at her brother's face.
じゃあ僕はみんな
This
のところへ
is the guy we're talking about, so you're welcome. Now that you're all settled, I'm going to go back downstairs. Chizuru instinctively grabbed Fumiya's sleeve just as he was getting up to leave, interrupting his speech. Huh? Chizuru let go, bewildered by her own actions.
どうしたんだい
Something the matter, Chizuru? Fumiya sat back down. However, Chizuru turned away, unable to look him in the eye.
兄さんもう少し
Fumiya, could you please stay here just a little longer?
ああ
Sure, I could spare a few minutes. Fumiya smiled.
ありがとうございます
Thank you so much. Chizuru reached out and grabbed her brother's hand. His warmth was all it took to quell a raging heart. Though the pills were assisting with that as well, naturally. Still, Fumiya's presence was the best medicine there was for her. As well as a drug that drove her mad. Chizuru softly stroked her brother's palm. Did so identically to the way she'd pleasured herself at night. As I was saying. And just like that, she continued caressing him as gently as possible.
千鶴
Chizuru, stop
くすぐったいよ
tickling me. Oh, I'm sorry. Chizuru froze up. Baffling sensation welled up from her core.
兄さん
Fumiya.
なんだい
Yes?
喉が渇きました
I'm thirsty. Could you get me some water?
いただけますか
Thirsty in more than one way.
あ
Sure.
あ
I'll be right back.
今持ってくるよ
Fumiya got up. Chizuru's hand fell onto the bed. Wait. Fumiya was out of the door before he could even hear his sister. Chizuru slipped her hand under the covers. She then set it on her abdomen. All the while remembering how her brother's skin had felt against her fingers. Oh no, not again. Let me quickly just to make sure. It made her feel disgusting. Or at least it should have, but it's dead. Chizuru snuck her hand into her panties before she even knew what she was doing. Nectar coated her fingers. What's wrong with me? Yeah, what is wrong with you, lady? Seriously. Must be the medicine, Chizuru kept telling herself that over and over. In reality, she'd simply taken weak sleeping pills that had no such effects. Yet she was trying to attribute her whole behavior to the medicine in an attempt to pass the buck. Now that her body was aflame, she couldn't stop, even though Fumiya was due to return at any second. In fact, the sense of immoral tension only gave her an even stronger rush.
千鶴
Chizuru? Suddenly, Fumiya called out to her. Fumiya raced into the room.
大丈夫かい千鶴
Are you alright, Chizuru? Sounded like you were having a terrifying nightmare. Nightmare, huh? Fumiya. Did he see any of that? Did he notice anything?
熱が出ているのかい
You have a fever? Actually, there's nothing bad on screen at the moment, but I'm worried that it could change any second, so just enjoy that view of Asuka here on screen. Ah. Tears leaked out of her eyes all by themselves.
大丈夫
It's alright.
大
It's
丈夫だ
going to
よ
be alright,
千鶴
Chizuru. Mia touched Chizuru's forehead. His hand felt cool. Chizuru had once heard that those with cold hands had warm hearts. I mean, she's not bad either, that's true. But at the end of the day, was that warmth directed at her? This is all so wrong. It's the medicine's fault. It has to be. Why else would his touch arouse me?
最近は
Speaking of which, it sounds like you've been having a lot of nightmares these days. I think Homoda is probably one of my favorite ones from the ones I've already seen. She's a bit more edgy, you know, but also has that kind of yeah, basically she's Asuka, but a lot edgier. Let's put it that way, I guess. Huh? Just like that, Chizuru's blood froze over.
さ気づいていらっしゃったのですか
Yeah, you mean to tell me you noticed?
大丈夫だろうとは
I
思ってい
figured
た
it
から
wasn't anything serious, so Fumiya sounded unnaturally evasive. He heard all that. The absolute dread Chizuru felt formed an overwhelming wave that fought back the effects of the sleeping pills. Fumiya,
兄さん今は
I
休ん
think
だ
it
方
would be
がいい
best
と
if you
思う
just
よ
slept for now. Fumiya drew his hand away.
そうじゃないと
Otherwise, I fear I'll also lose all. His hands quivered.
兄さん
Mia
僕だって
will also lose all. Fumiya gripped Chizuru's shoulder. Chizuru instinctively shoved Fumiya away.
あ
Fumiya flailed and fell backward. His right hand smashed into the pitcher, shattering it. Okay, that went a different direction than I had thought. Okay, I guess I can show that. Fumiya, blood painted his surroundings red. Even if the spilled water played a major part in that, it still didn't change the fact that Fumiya had been gravely injured. Chizuru bolted to her feet, all trace of drowsiness blown away.
どうしたの
What happened? Nanako, having heard the wreck, dashed into the room. No, Fumiya's...
危ないから動かないで
Stay right where you are, you could cut yourself. Director, come quick. Nanako instantly rushed over to Fumiya and squeezed the underside of his right elbow. No. Fumiya's right hand was a bloodied mess.
これはいかん。
Shit,
すぐに
this doesn't
診療
look
室へ。
good. Get him to the examination room stat. So came to a swift decision after examining Fumiya's wounds. Okay, no more need to worry about that. What's gonna happen? He used the towel to stem the bleeding, while Naori and Yuzuru took Fumiya into the examination room. Chizuru sat there frozen in place the whole time, like her soul had left her body.
大丈夫
Are you okay? Nanako shot Chizuru a concerned glance as she swept the broken glass into a dustpan. Oh my.
私
I heard Fumiya. He's taken such good care of me, but I heard him. This is all my fault. I pushed him away because I was scared of him touching me. Even though that's exactly what I wanted.
何があったの
What happened? Chizuru mumbled. There's no way she could tell the truth. My brother tripped and his hand hit the wall. Well,
そこに
don't deserve to live. Though her mind was a blurry mess, that lone thought resounded clearly in her head. She'd lied for her own self-preservation. Realization made her insides twist, eliciting more tears. Well, I mean, you can hardly have told her that, you know, he was almost having a go at her, you know. But all right. I'm.
大丈夫よ
It's all right. Nanako gave the weeping Chizuru a comforting hug. But even that act of kindness troubled Chizuru, for part of her was worried Nanako would smell the traces of arousal wafting of her. What a predicament, huh? Satsuki trod across virgin snow to reach the Hinagami estate. Though it didn't compare to the Shigusa shrine, she could still tell it was quite large for a residence. She ambled over to the front door, tightening her grip around the package wrapped in cloth.
ごめんくださいませ
Excuse me, is anyone here? Satsuki called into the house. It wasn't long before a man in the prime of his life answered the door.
シグサ神社で厄介になっております
My name is Satsuki, and I have come from Shigusa Shrine to see Sir Shizuru, the head of the family.
自分だが
That would be me. I take it this isn't a social call.
これは失礼いたしま
Pardon
した
me, no, I was told
祭
to
りごとの
inform
打ち
you
合わ
that
せが
there
あると
shall
お
be
伝
a
える
meeting
ようにと
regarding
手
the
伝ってまいりま
festival.
した
そうか
I see. Shizuru nodded, letting out only that terse reply.
それと
I was also
こちらを届
instructed
けるよ
to
うに
deliver this. Satsuki presented the package she'd been carrying.
母がいるのでそちらに
My
渡して
mother
く
is
れ
here, so please bring it to
中に入っても
her.
構わない
You're
から
welcome to come on in.
かしこまりました
Understood. I shall take
失礼
you
い
up
た
on
し
that
ます
offer then. Satsuki passed by Shizuru and stepped inside. Before her was a vast living room. A woman sitting by a sunken hearth looked up at the newcomer.
どなた
Who might you be?
失礼いたしました
My name is Satsuki,
Shigusake
guest
で
of the
厄介になっておりま
Shigusas.
す
It's a pleasure to
Satsuki
make
と
your
申します
acquaintance. Satsuki got on her knees and prostrated herself.
あなたが
And that makes you.
何用ですか
What business brings you here?
こちらを届けるよ
I
う
was asked
申し
to
付けら
deliver
れてまい
this.
りました
Satsuki held out the package once more.
そうですか
I see.
あの
あれさっちゃん
Hold on, is that you, Sachan? But Satsuki was interrupted by a voice from behind before she could continue.
何ですか綾人さん想像し
Ayato, mind your manners in the
お客様の前
presence of a
ですよ。
guest. Otherwise, you'll disgrace your position.
すみません
Oh, I'm sorry.
リヒトさん
Dito? Ayato was peeking into the living room from an adjoining hallway.
ちょうどよかった今こっちでお祭りの準備をしている
Perfect
から
timing.
君
We
も
were
おいで
actually
よ
just about to help set up for the festival. Want to join in?
ですが
But Satsuki glanced at Mariko.
いいだろばあちゃん
That shouldn't be an issue, right, Grandma? Do as you
Skinny
please. Mariko rose to her feet and departed the living room with the package in hand.
こっちだよおいで
Over here, this way. Ayato took Satsuki's hand and led her away. Oh. He pulled her along and more hurriedly than expected, causing her to stumble. The two of them nearly embraced from the momentum, but Satsuki frantically broke away from him, right in the nick of time. That would have been such an anime moment if they had just, fallen into a hug or something.
大丈夫
Are you okay?
Eh.
Yes. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest.
お祭りの準備とは
So what exactly
何を
are
なさっ
we
ている
doing
ので
to
すか
set up for the festival? Satsuki tried to keep him from noticing with that question.
土を練っていたんだよ
Netting
お祭りで
clay.
飾る土人
Apparently
形を
we're
作る
making
らしいん
clay
だ
dolls that'll be used as decorations.
そうなのですか
See? She glanced at the household shrine at the edge of the living room and nodded. I had to lead her to a room with a giant basin full of clay. It's Karen again. Oh. Karen looked up, her hands deep in the clay.
カレン、さっちゃんも一緒
Mind if
にやってもい
Sachin
いか
lends
い
his hand, Karen?
それは別に構いませんけど。
No, not really. Karen reluctantly nodded despite her pout betraying her words. Yeah, she's kind of obsessed with her brother, so, yeah, that's right. A Karen.
でも、
What if she
そのまま
doesn't
じゃ
like
着
it
物が
that
汚れてしまいます
doesn't
よ。
like that? She'll get her kimono dirty.
別に構いませんよ。
Oh, I don't mind really.
こちらが構い
Well,
ます。
I do. Ayato, could you ask
兄様。
grandmother for some?
おばあ様から
Cords
タスキ
to
を
tuck
借
up
り
her
てきてもらって
sleeves.
よろしいですか？
ああ、うん。
Oh,
少し待ってて
okay.
ね、さっちゃん。
Hang tight, Sachan. Ayato exited the room. Satsuki reluctantly took a seat next to Karen in the meantime.
どうしてあなたが
What are
うち
you
に来てい
doing
る
in
の
our
ですか？
home anyway? Why are you so rude, Karen? I guess because she's a Karen, but you know. Karen wiped her hands clean as she glanced at Satsuki.
それは
Well, I was sent here on an errand for Shigusa Shrine.
用事が済んだのでしたら、すぐにご帰宅
Could
な
have
され
just
ばよろ
left
しか
as
った
soon
の
as
に
you finished the job, you know.
リヒトさん
Would
に
have,
誘わ
but
れました。
Ryu asked if I could lend them my aid. Though bewildered by Karen's uncomfortably passive-aggressive attitude, Satsuki answered honestly.
だからって、
Sure, but still— oh, shut the fuck up, lady.
これは
So
何
what
をすれば
exactly
よ
are
ろ
we
しいの
doing
です
here?
か？
Satsuki pointed to the basin of clay.
ただ土を
You
こね
just
るだ
net
け
the
です。
clay, that's all.
人形を作るのは
Making the actual dolls is one of the oracle's duties.
そうなのです
Is
か？
it now? Satsuki stared at her hands.
おばあ様が許可を出さ
I
れたので
suppose
した
you
ら
can give us a hand, since grandmother said it was okay. Still, this task is typically entrusted to the Hinagamis, and the Hinagamis alone.
それで
Oh,
お二
which
人
is
で
why
行
the
ってい
two
た
of
ん
you
で
were
す
doing it, correct?
そうです
Got
よ。
that right. Karen sounded rather proud of herself.
この集落を支
Family
えている
is
の
the
は
glue
ひな神
holding
な
the
のです
settlement
から
together after
そ
all.
のくらい当
So
然です
yeah,
わ。
this is simply par for the course, really. Ayato came back just then with some white cords.
これでいいかな。
Here, will these do?
はい。
Oh yes, I
ありがとうご
believe
ざい
so.
ます
Thank you very much. Satsuki took the cords and tucked up her sleeves. However, she struggled to wrap the cords around her shoulders.
貸してごらん。
Here, let me try. I had to circle behind Satsuki and took the cords. Oh. He then stuck his hand out right past her flank.
こうやって引っ張って。
Just tucked them like this, and there we go. Satsuki felt like her shoulders were getting dragged back.
きつかったら言ってね。
Let me know if it's too tight.
ええ
Alright.
問題あり
Be
ません。
fine for now, though. I had to cross the cords across her back and brought the ends forward.
あとはここで
I'll
縛
just tie
れ
them
ば。
together right here and done.
これでいいかな。
Should do it. I say, thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
もう準備はよろしいですか？
You guys done yet? Clearly, irate Karen interrupted them. I often can't say this name with a straight face. I just have to pronounce it that way.
兄様も早く準備
Need
な
to
さって
get
くだ
ready
さい。
yourself, Ayato.
僕はもういつでもいいけ
Oh,
ど。
I'm good to go whenever.
どうすればよろしいのです
So
か？
what exactly do I do? Satsuki turned to Ayato with that question.
手を水で濡
Just
らし
soak
て
your hands in
土をこ
water
ね
and
るだ
net
け
the
だよ。
clay. Ayato explained as he dipped his hands into a small bucket. Satsuki followed his example. It was a little warm, meaning it must have started as hot water.
あとは適当にやっていれば
Now
いいよ
just。net however you feel is right. Ayato sat by the basin and began netting clay. Once again, Satsuki followed suit. The wet clay had a slick surface, making it easy to leave handprints behind. Her finger sank into the clay with the help of a little elbow grease. Satsuki pressed her hands onto the clay over and over, pleased by the sensation.
水は加えすぎないようにして。
Don't let it get too soaked. Oh, and be sure to work out any air.
はい。わかりました。
Alright, I understand. Satsuki followed Ayato's directions and pressed the clay with the heels of her palms, spinning her arms while drawing out the air. She couldn't tell whether she was doing a good or bad job, though. Sometimes, however, Ayato would take her hands into his own and show her how it was done. That in itself was quite fun.
3人もいりませんよね。
This really isn't a three-person job, huh? Karen abruptly rose to her feet.
カレン
Karen?
2人で
If you two want to keep going, then please knock yourselves out. Karen glowered and left the room.
どうかなさったのですか？
Something the matter with her?
そう
Beats me. Ayato shrugged. He was clueless. That made Satsuki just as lost, if not more. The two kept netting clay for a while after that. Gradually, the clay grew drier and drier until it was finally nice and firm.
このくらいでよろしいのですか？
You think this is enough?
そうだね
Should be.
これでしばらく
Apparently,
の
they'll
間
keep
神
it
社
at
に
the
祀
shrine,
って
then mold
それ
it.
から形を
After
作
a
るらしい
while.
から
形？
Mold it? Into what?
なんだか動物みたいな
Figurehead with a
変な
weird
形の
shape.
置物みたいだよ
Kind of animal, I think. Apparently, Ayato was also unclear as to the details. Oh, by the way,
それ
Satchan.
でさ
何ですか？
Yes, what is it? Satsuki cocked her head. Typically easygoing Ayato was uncharacteristically fidgety for some reason.
あのさ
Would you like to go with
祭りの
me
日に
to the
一
festival?
緒に
Huh?
あもちろんそれまでここにいるんだったら
Only if you're still here, of course.
えっと、
Oh my.
それは
Satsuki would undoubtedly still be in this land on the day of this festival. However, that didn't necessarily mean she'd be able to take him up on his offer.
じゃあさ
Hey, how about this then? Ayato started suggesting an alternate plan when he saw Satsuki struggling to answer.
祭りの後に
What if we meet at the secret base after the festival? That sound good? After the festival, the timing was even worse, and yet Satsuki still wanted to see him in spite of that. He wasn't turned off by his invitation, not by any means. However,
はっきりとはお約束できません。
honestly, I can't make any promises. For now, all she could do was play it safe.
そう
Yeah, I guess that figures. I had to appear to be too visibly deflated before.
お約束はできませんが。
With that being said, I would like to do everything I can to make it happen.
本当に
Mean that?
ええ。
Yeah. Satsuki nodded, prompting Ayato to brighten like a light bulb. She really did want to see him, even if it meant resorting to means which would never be sanctioned. And she knew exactly how to make that a reality.
この話はまた今度にしましょ
Let
う。
us discuss this some more next time. For now, she couldn't be sure of anything. Yeah, she's gonna play some role at the festival, so we're not entirely sure how much time she actually has for other activities. Satsuki sat before the mirror come nightfall. She removed its dust protector and waited for a short while.
今日はとても興
Something
味深いこと
rather
があった。
fascinating happened today. Satsuki spoke first. Several seconds passed in silence.
それは楽しいことかしら。
Was it fun? Yes,
と
very.
ても。
Dito
リヒトさん
invited
に
me.
誘われてしまったの。
He
Rito-san.
did? That's right.
そう。
He asked me to meet him at the secret base on the day of the festival. But that
でも
day
その日は
is... I know.
分かってるわ。
It's a very special day for me,
私にとって特別
so
な日。
Satsuki's face clouded over. It'll work out.
できるわよ
I'm sure of it.
必ず
Satsuki muttered those words lightly and clenched her fists. Well, if there were ever any doubts about her being interested in Ayato, we know for sure now that, yeah, it is definitely the case. Chizuru was resting in her room, lost in a trance. Her brother was bundled up next to her under the covers. Oh no, not again. Please. His wounds had been more serious than expected. Tendons and veins in the tips of his right and middle finger, ring finger, and pinky had been torn to shreds, forcing So to amputate those tips. Fumiya had strived to follow in their father's footsteps by becoming a surgeon, but with his dominant hand so grievously maimed, he could no longer wield a scalpel. Though naturally So had told him he could possibly train himself to do so with enough practice. Still, all of this came as a devastating blow to Fumiya, given how he'd been gearing up to study the art of surgery at full steam, hence why he'd spent all his time sulking in bed. It's all my fault. That was all Chizuru had managed to say when So and Nanako asked for details on what had happened. By no means could she have dared to elaborate any further.
兄さん
Mia. Chizuru gingerly nudged her brother through the covers. However, all he gave was the slightest hint of a twitch in response. Chizuru sighed. She had no idea what she was supposed to do. Staying with him was all she could think of. But when she considered what caused all this, she realized that was perhaps only making things worse for him. She heaved an even deeper sigh. There's no getting around it. I'm the one who hurt him. I need to atone for that. But how? How can I repent?
千鶴君ちょっと
Chizuru, could I have a minute? Suddenly she heard Yuzuru hailing her from the hallway. I mean, they must be realizing that something is going on, right? Even if they probably wouldn't have incest on their bingo card, I suppose.
はい
Yes, how can I help you? Chizuru rose to her feet and opened the door.
君も随分と参っているようだ
You seem to be
少し
taking this
問診を
rather hard
行
as
いたいんだ
well, which is
が
why I would like
いい
to
かい
give you a little checkup if that's alright. But
でも
he instinctively turned around. Mia was still in bed. If anyone needs a checkup, it's him. I'm not.
もともと君の方が療養に来て
You
いたんだ
originally came here to
こ
recuperate,
れはそ
remember?
の一環でも
Well,
あるし
consider this just another part of that effort. You don't mind, do you? No. Chizuru shook her head. I'll just have to go along with it. Chizuru took a seat in the stool meant for patients when she and Yuzuru entered the examination room.
いやこちらの肘
Oh
掛け
no,
椅子に
please
座って
take
く
my
れない
chair,
か
I insist. Yuzuru gestured to the doctor's armchair.
はい
Alright. The chair was reclined, giving Chizuru a good look at the ceiling.
目を閉じて
Now, close your eyes. What are you going to do?
何をするのですか
Though confused, she did as told.
何も心配はいらない
It's nothing to worry about, I assure you. Just
ゆっ
relax.
くり呼吸
Take
をして
deep breaths.
わかりました
Alright. Chizuru followed Yuzuru's instructions.
体の力を抜い
Release the
て
tension from your muscles and lean all your weight into the chair. Yes, just like that. I'm now going to speak to your
今
subconscious.
から君の深
So
層
I
意
ask
識
that
に
you
語りか
please
ける
try not to mind
で
it
き
as
る
much
範囲
as
で構わない
possible
の
and
で
answer
答
all
え
my
てください
questions truthfully.
はい
Okay. She wasn't following, but decided to play along nonetheless. Her body was warm. She felt quite comfortable. While she seemed on the verge of drifting off, she in fact remained fully conscious, listening to Yuzuru's voice.
あの日文也君
What
が
happened
怪我
on
を
the
した
day
時
Fumiya got hurt? His words permeated her from head to toe.
それは
Well, her mouth struggled to move. No, that wasn't it. Her mind was trying to keep her from talking, from revealing her sins. But she wanted to come clean to someone. Confess the truth, repent, find peace.
力を抜いて
Relax. Yuzuru gently laid his hand on her forehead. It almost felt as though he was absorbing her consciousness. Chizuru shivered from top to bottom.
私が兄さんを怪我
I
させ
hurt
て
my
しまった
brother. Her voice was akin to a sigh. And yet it carried words nonetheless.
それは
Wasn't your
君の
fault.
せいではないよ
Yuzuru's voice was as kind as his words. Is that really true? No, there's no denying it. I am the one who hurt him.
私
But I tempted him.
誘惑
Tempted, you say? Yes.
はい
Now that she'd said it, she could never take it back.
私は兄さんのこと
I have feelings for Fumiya.
必ず
He always takes such good care of me. And he even came all the way out here with me. Words kept flowing out one after another like water through a broken dam.
私はみだらな女です
I'm a filthy girl. I know it's wrong. I know he's my brother, and even so, I led him astray, and yet I was terrified when he touched me, so I
それなのに
say
なるほど
was all Yuzuru had to say. Dr. I. Chizuru couldn't stop weeping.
君には何の罪もないよ
Done nothing wrong. Are you sure about that? Because I'm not. Yuzuru's gentle voice touched her heart.
でも兄
I
さんは
heard Fumiya. Now his dream of being a doctor is ruined.
医者になるという目標も見失って
メスを握るだけが
Not
医
all
者ではない
doctors use scalpels.
ここ
Just
も
take a look at
外科の
me.
診療
My
は
father-in-law
お父さんが
handles
行っているが
all the surgical
私だっ
procedures
て
here.
れっきとした医者だ
Yet I'm still a full-fledged doctor all the same. Yuzuru ruffled Chizuru's hair.
私から
I'll
も
have a word
文
with
也君に
Fumiya
話
and
してお
make
こう
sure he realizes there's
道は
still
一つ
more
では
roads
な
for
い
him
と
to travel. Alright. Thank you so much.
君は
You
彼
just
を
be
し
sure
っ
to
かりと
support
支え
him
てあ
every
げる
step
と
of
い
the
い
way so he doesn't lose
自
his
信を
confidence.
失わ
Got
ない
it?
ように
Yes. Chizuru burst into sobs once more. Though her mind was too frazzled to tell, those tears likely weren't of sorrow.
さて
That's the spirit. Yuzuru wiped away Chizuru's tears.
今君が話した内容
Now
は
then, I'll promise
全
I'll
て秘
keep
密にす
everything
る
you
から
told me a secret.
何の心配もい
So
らないよ
don't worry. Thank you. Chizuru nodded gratefully.
しかし
That being said, however, it might be
君の
best
思
if
い
you
は
kept those
秘めておいた方がいい
feelings
か
to
もしれ
yourself.
ないな
Huh? But She started to get up, only to be assaulted by a sudden rush of vertigo.
大丈夫かい
Are you alright? Yes. Chizuru's heart was rampaging in her breast. She clutched her chest and got up.
溶けてしまっ
It's
た
like
よう
it's
だね
worn off. Chizuru heaved a little sigh. I'm so sorry about that.
申し訳ありません
あいやいいんだ
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. How do you feel? Not so good.
ありません
そうだろうね
I won't imagine not. Let's
今日は
leave it at that
これで
for
終わりに
today
しよう
then.
ゆっくり休むといい
Get some sleep.
はい
Alright. Thank you very much. Well,
失礼します
you were exposed.
文也君
Excuse me, I'm coming in, Fumiya. Fumiya was still in his bed when Nanako came to check on him.
包
I'm
帯を
going to go
取り替え
change your
ます
bandages now. Nanako sighed as she drew close to the bed. She lifted the covers to find a haggard Fumiya staring right back at her.
僕のことは放っておいてください
Please leave me alone.
そうはいかないわよ傷口
I'm
が
afraid I
壊しちゃう
can't do that. Those wounds will fester without the right treatment.
そんなの別に
I don't care.
ほら起きて
Come on, get up. Nanako forced Fumiya to sit up, ignoring the apathy that had taken over him. The boy offered no resistance. He simply held out his right hand like he was supposed to. Nanako removed the plaster attached to his wrist, then unraveled his bandages. First, she took off the sickening yellow cotton gaze before wiping off all the filth that had accumulated beneath. Mia grimaced from time to time due to the sting of antiseptic against his new skin. Next, Nanako removed the gaze, covering the ends of his fingers. Mia's wounds had been stitched with black thread. His index finger, still intact, was now his longest finger, while the three to the right of it looked as though they'd been through a wood chipper. Good God, that must have been a really heavy duty injury he got just from a little bit of glass, huh? I'm sorry, but this will sting. Please bear with it until I'm done. Nanako began wiping the wounds with an antiseptic steeped gaze after giving him that warning. Fumiya's arm muscles trembled, and yet, despite the fact his nerves were clearly fine, his right fingers hardly moved at all. Excuse me. Chizuru entered the room at that exact moment. Chizuru, is something the matter? Nanako put her work on hold for a minute. I like to do it, if that's alright. Chizuru took a seat right next to Nanako. I see. Perhaps that'd be for the best. Mia's more likely to open up to family. It was with those thoughts in mind that Nanako entrusted her duty to Chizuru. Thanks, I think I'll take you up on that offer. Once you've disinfected his wounds and his entire hand, cover the wounds with gaze before wrapping the bandages. Alright, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. I'll be going then. Thanks again. Nanako returned to the living room once she'd handed off her job. Hey, guess what time it is? Time for your daily checkup. I think not, Director. Nanako swiftly evaded So's attempted grope. You never used to be quite so slippery. So chuckled as he retreated into his office. Don't you ever get sick of that? No, he looked up from the book he'd been reading. It's fine, I'm used to it by now. Me to have a word with my grandfather? Oh no, that's quite alright. Nanako didn't want to cause him any such trouble. Well, if you say so. Anyway, how's Fumiya doing? He's recovering decently, I'd say. His index finger and thumb are unharmed. So he should have no issues living a normal life. His dream of being a doctor is... You know, your father said that there's more to being a doctor than holding a scalpel. I'm aware, he's living proof of that, isn't he? That being said, the greater issue is if Fumiya can bounce back from this psychologically, I mean. Unfortunately, he presently appeared to be in the doldrums, or at least from what you just witnessed. I hope Chizuru can get him back on his feet, saw Nanako ignorant of the circumstances surrounding this incident. Yeah. Hard to say how exactly he's feeling about her. Probably not too thrilled. Chizuru took Fumiya's hand once Nanako had left, her heart dancing nervously. His fingers were pale and slender. However, several of them were unnaturally short and had black thread jutting out of their ends. Mia. She was the one who turned him. She was the one who'd crushed his dreams. Chizuru wiped his swollen fingers one after another. The grunge was scrubbed away. Does this hurt? Mia didn't answer. That only served to wrench Chizuru's heart even further. Her brother's fingertips had once been so willowy and delicate. But now his index finger stood as the only lasting remnant of that memory. She slowly polished a nail on that finger with cotton, Fumiya groaned when Chizuru dabbed antiseptic on the cut that taken up residence on the vestiges of his middle finger.
大丈夫です
No, are you alright?
もう放っておいてくれ。
You know, she was touching herself to him while he was outside of the room, and then he entered the room, and he kind of got into it, and he wanted to have a go at her, and although she kind of wanted it, she pushed him away out of instinct, and when he did that, he knocked over a glass pitcher, and apparently that hurt his hand so badly that they had to amputate the tips of his fingers. And now, so he's not particularly happy to see her because his dream of becoming a doctor is somewhat, you know, impacted by all that. Fumiya,
放っておいてくれないか、千鶴。
would you leave me alone already, Chizuru?
こん
I'm
な手じゃ何
worthless
も
with
で
this
きやし
hand.
ない。
Just look at it.
そんなことありません
It's not true. Chizuru tenderly collapsed her brother's mangled hand.
私が
I'll
何
help
でも
out
お手伝い
however
い
I
たしま
can,
す
so
から
please don't give up.
どうぞ諦めないでください
お前に何ができると言うんだ。
Just what do you think you can do? Fumiya couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice.
僕は父さんの後を継い
Wanted
で
to be
立
a
派な医
great
者になり
doctor
たかっ
like
たんだ。
father, but with this hand, I'll
Come on, Natasha.
never. Fumiya took off Chizuru's grip. Shook off. I'm sorry.
僕のことは
Stop troubling yourself over me already. Not worth it. Fumiya curled up under the covers.
でも
But, I have to at least redress your wounds.
せめて包帯を巻き直さないと
Fumiya simply stuck his right hand out from under the sheets. Chizuru carefully disinfected his damaged fingers, her insides twisting from the sorrow that he wouldn't even show his face. She covered his wounds in cotton and gauze before wrapping them in bandages. Fumiya drew his hands back once she was done. Fumiya,
一人にし
you
てくれ
just
ない
leave
か。
me be? His voice was as lifeless as a barren tree. Alright, if that's what you want. Knowing there was nothing more she could do, Chizuru gathered up the medical supplies and left the room.
様子はどうだい？
I do feel a little bad for her, of course, but, you know, the circumstances that led to that. Yeesh. As you said. How's he doing? So called out to Chizuru from a chair in the living room when she returned. It's hard to say. Chizuru weakly shook her head.
予後は問題
He
ない
should
と思う
recover
が
physically, but I suppose the rest is all a matter of willpower on his part.
だな。
Right.
きちんと訓練を受ければ
With enough
以前
practice,
と
he'll
同
be
じよう
able
に
to
使う
use
こ
it
と
like
もで
before.
きるようになるよ。
Unfortunately, his prospects of
メス
ever
を使う
using
の
a
は正
scalpel
直厳しいと思う
greatly dimmed, in all honesty.
私の
It's all my fault, isn't it?
気に病んではいか
You
ん。
mustn't fret like that,
君は特に
especially
精
considering
神的
how
な重
you're
圧を感じ
particularly
やすいの
prone
だ
to
から。
cracking under stress. Right. And yet she didn't feel the least bit better. It was just like So had said. Chizuru had been blaming herself ever since Fumiya got hurt. Chizuru had tried treating her for that many a time by this point, but her guilt refused to fade despite his efforts.
おじい様
Grandfather.
なんだい？
Yes. So smiled reassuringly.
私にできるこ
Is
と
there anything I can do?
何か
うん。
Hmm.
待つこと。
Wait, I suppose.
待つ
Wait, you mean for Fumiya?
何をですか
うん。
That's right.
立ち直るのは
Holding
じ
out
っと
hope
待つしか
that he'll rally is about the best non-medical professional can do.
そう
Say,
ですか
Chizuru nodded, but that answer didn't sit well with her. There must be something I can do, Fumiya. I just know it. What is it? Chizuru kept on pondering that question even after she turned out the lights and went to bed. Fumiya had buried himself under the covers long before Chizuru's arrival.
兄さん
Fumiya. No response. Chizuru stared up at the ceiling. She couldn't tell whether he was asleep or simply ignoring her. But she'd be heartbroken if it were the latter.
千鶴
Chizuru. Huh? Fumiya?
兄さん
Brother was sitting up and looking at her. Chizuru, I'm sorry.
すまなかった
What? No, I'm the one who should be begging you for forgiveness. Flustered by the sight of Fumiya bowing his head to her, Chizuru rose up and went over to him.
私がいけないのです
Deserve to be punished for hurting you.
兄さんにこんな怪我を負わせてしまって
You know what? I think I'll put on the safety screen because I feel like it could happen any second. She laid her hand atop Fumiya's before bowing to him.
これは僕のせいだよ
No, this was
千
all
鶴は
my
何も
fault.
悪くない
You did nothing wrong.
ですが私が押した
I'm
の
the
で
one who pushed you.
ああしてくれなかったらも
I
っと
think something
大変
far
なことに
worse
な
would
っ
have
ていたと
happened
思う
if you hadn't. Huh? Chizuru lifted her head only for Fumiya to look away.
思いとどまらせてくれたんだ
I'm glad you stopped me,
感謝
believe
してい
me.
るよ
どうしてそんなことをおっしゃるのですか
Why are you saying that? Chizuru wrapped both her hands around Fumiya's mangled hand. Chizuru.
千鶴
Hey, just to be safe, right? Fumiya grimaced in what seemed to be pain.
私はあの
It's
時
true
同
that
情
I
していたの
panicked
は
back
確か
then,
です
but only because I...
でも
Oh la la. Chizuru pressed Fumiya's hand against her breast.
千鶴
Huh? Chizuru?
心臓の鼓
You feel my heart beating, Fumiya?
動感じますか
You
兄
can
さん
tell how hard it's pounding, can't you?
私
That's because
こんなに
I want to help you.
話してくれ
Let me go, Chizuru.
嫌です
No. Chizuru sidled up to Fumiya, his hand still locked firmly in her grasp.
私の身勝手な願いだとは自覚しています
I know I'm being selfish here, but please, love me, even if only
一
this
度だけでも
once.
構いませんから
Chizuru couldn't keep her heart from raging. Fumiya's bandaged hand was pressed right into her breast. Yeah, now it's getting lewd.
僕たちは
Chizuru, but we're... He spoke in a feeble voice, unable to break her grip.
私は本気です
Serious. Chizuru opened her robe and made Fumiya touch her breast directly. She hated how the bandages blocked his warmth. Still, that didn't mean she could just remove them.
兄さん
The rough bandages chafed against her nipple. Ha! That was all it took to make her sweaty body throb uncontrollably. She lewdly rubbed her... Okay, I think we don't need to read out all of that. It's gonna get lewd. Let's just skip over that part. Yeah. He's resisting at the moment, but telling her to let go. But she wanted to feel Fumiya's warmth. Thus, she nestled close to him, grabbing his hand. Fumiya, am I really that unappealing? She knew it wasn't fair to word it that way. And yet, she felt she had no choice but to ask that question nonetheless. For she believed if she gave him even the slightest quarter, he'd drift far away. No, that's not. Chizuru didn't overlook the fleeting moment when her brother glanced at her breasts. Fumiya, please. And so she pleaded to him, while flashing her breasts despite finding the act whorish. Fumiya gulped. You can do anything, and I mean anything you want to me. I swear I won't run away from any of it. A slight nudge against Fumiya's body was all she needed to send him falling to the bed. His abdomen was right under Chizuru. What's more, the manhood she'd never been conscious of before was pushing through the fabric of his robe. I'll get it out of there right now. Chizuru reached into her brother's robe. Stop! She came into contact with his... Okay. You know what? Alright, I think we can skip over that. But, okay, I need to read out that line. If I got pregnant with Fumiya's child, I would be so, so happy. Okay, dear lady. But in comparison... I told you about the prequel to the series. The prequel that's called Kataga. That's... If this has a lot of scenes like this, that game multiplies that by about 10, so it's... Yeah, okay, I think we're back to normal now. Okay, anyways. We made it through that. And... Actually, I think that's probably a good place to stop for today. Because, yeah... Until we get to the next break-ish point, it'll probably take like at least, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes. So I think we could leave it at that for today. But yeah, I actually thought we were gonna get through the whole section in Hitogata Village today, but it is like a very long introductory scene. Yeah, but I guess. Once they're done with the festival and stuff, it goes back to the present. But all of this... yeah, pretty much, right? But yeah, all of this is going to be important later down the line, so... It is going somewhere, but the introduction does take some time. That is something I guess you could critique if you wanted to, but... You know, you have to have a little bit of patience usually with these games. At least if it's like a long visual novel. And this is definitely one of those that belongs to that category, I'd say. So yeah, anywho, I guess all that's left to say is thank you for stopping by. I will today send you over to Sorana, who is playing Bomber Girl, which I've kind of been interested in because I've seen this one a lot in the arcades in Japan. I've never played it. And yeah, there's apparently a PC version as well, so we can check out what that's like. And yeah, until next time, have a good one, and take it easy. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I typed the name wrong. Not gonna work like that, right? Yeah, bye-bye.